22nd, 6 p.m. regular meeting of the Bell Garden City Council. The meeting will not come to order at 6:13. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, please be advised that members of the Bell Garden City Council may participate in today's meeting telephonically. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting on live through the city's website as noted on the agenda. If any city council member should have a conflict of interest, virtually please leave the room by muting yourself and turning off video. You may still continue listening to the meeting. Tonight's invocation will be given by Gus Romo, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Chief Fairfield. City Clerk, will you please call the roll on City Council?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Barcena.
Present.
Cortez.
Present.
Flores. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Present.
Mayor Pulido.
Present. And I just wanted to mention that Councilmember Flores requested to be excused. She has a family emergency going on and she was not able to attend. Gus, we're ready for you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Dear God, we ask you to give us patience today, give us wisdom, give our honorable mayor and members of the city council the wisdom to understand everybody's concerns, everybody's opinions, Lord, and take everything into account before making any decisions tonight, Lord. Thank you for everything that you do for the city of Bell Gardens. Thank you for the residents and businesses of the city of Bell Gardens. Amen.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We will now move to the presentation. City Manager, will you please introduce the presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Pulido. The first item is to present certificates to the graduates of the Bell Gardens Police Department's Community Police Academy Class 22-01. We have the participants shown under the name Captain Hubner. They're up in the EOC and you can see them on the screen there. At this time, I'll turn it over to Police Chief Fairfield to talk a little bit about the program and issue the certificates. Thank you, Mayor.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Good. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the partnership that we have with all of you. It's been a great experience from what I hear from the staff, and I spoke to a few of you who have really enjoyed the past 8 weeks, I believe, of meeting with us and kind of learning how we do things. And I'm going to turn it over really to Frank and our Sergeant Garcia and Senior Officer Cano, because this is really their brainchild. This is really what they put all their heart and soul into. And just from the police department, I want to just thank you for our partnership. I want to thank you for being concerned enough about our community, our kids, and your faculty to be here. And we support you full-heartedly. And in return, we definitely support or appreciate the support that all of you give to us. So, Sergeant Garcia.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to reiterate a little bit about what the Chief said. This couldn't have been done without the assistance of all of our MUSD administrators, including specifically Dr. Garland and Principal Sandler. We started this journey about 8 weeks ago, and it was our first class in a few years. There were a lot of things that we learned, and we learned a lot about each other. We all had the opportunity to get to know each other a little better, and it gave you guys the opportunity to learn about a little bit of what we do as your police organization. I'm hoping that this program will continue to grow with the assistance and with the support of you all as community members and our educators. I think it will grow and it will benefit our youth, our families, and our schools and staff. What we'll do is I'm going to actually have Dr. Garland come up here so she can assist us This is a good I don't want to block anyone. So what I will do is I'll let you read off the name down. Here. Okay.
We did them in cheap font, so you should be able to see.
Would you be okay if we started with the principals and have an introduction to
Absolutely.
committee members? So with the
Absolutely.
principals that are here, does that work for you?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna start with Deanna Placentia. Come on up. You guys can-
I would like to introduce and thank the superintendent who had perfect attendance for the entire.
Okay, how about Christiane Sandoval? Come on up, BGA principal. Become the leader of the three team. Without other leadership, this is fantastic. So. No, I should do.
And so I want to introduce to Ms. Evelyn Ortega, who is our that we have. I really appreciate your children for getting support. It's great.
That looks like a staff meeting.
It does, but I know how difficult it is as a mother of many children, the support of also the partnership of your husband and as your mom to help with the kids, but strengthen our community. And so thank you for being such a big part of our school.
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sam, my old principal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jose Cuevas, our BGI principal. Come on up. Thank you so much. And can you introduce your community?
Absolutely. So my community member is Rosie Barra. So Rosie Barra has been part of our school community for many, many years. And now she's moving on to the high school. So on behalf of BGI and Belgrade High School, I want to also congratulate Rosie for being part of this and partnering with the school. Thank you, Rosie. Español porque para que Rosy entienda. Nomás quiero agradecer a Rosy porque ella siempre ha sido parte de nuestra comunidad en BGI, como voluntaria, como mamá, y ahora se nos está yendo a la high school, entonces de parte de la high school y de parte de BGI la quiero felicitar por su apoyo. Entonces gracias y continúan apoyándonos.
Okay, Claudia. Come on, Claudia.
Yes, I joined the group literally. But we will have more of our community members join. So thank you so much for everything that they do for us. And it was a great experience working with the extended community with all our principals and their parents, and of course our officers are awesome. They are.
You're gonna have to come this way.
Okay, now we're gonna have Richard Williams come up. Give it up.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Ms. Marisela. Please come on up. Her husband's here and both of her friends. So on behalf, thank you so much, Marisela, for your support, for everything you do, not only in the community, but for that school. This class was very informative. We learned so much. Thank you for everything that you all do. We appreciate everything that you all do. So on behalf of our Silver Superstars, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Then we have Mr. Stan. Come on. I would be lost without you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Just want to say thank you. I could only make it to a few of the meetings, but what a wonderful program. City of Bell Gardens is lucky to have such dedicated law enforcement, such dedicated community and educators. So I love the City of Bell Gardens, and anything I can do to support you, I'm always happy to do. So thank you very much.
I think we got to everybody that's present, correct? And I can get these to our other.
Yes.
Can I have a minute?
Sure.
I just want to thank the mayor and the city council for your support and this academy and your support with the partnership that the school district has with Bell Gardens. I want to thank everybody here who took the time. It's not a time, right? Who took the time to come to police, the Community Police Academy. I heard you learned a lot. I had a lot of fun at the same time. I want to thank the police department. You guys are so visible on our campuses, and we appreciate it so much. And the chief and I have worked together for about 2.5 years, trying to get a really solid partnership going. There's going to be an item on your agenda tonight that is even going to move that even more forward. That will help keep our schools even more safe. So thank you for your support, and thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much.
And if I could have 1 minute, just to give the council and everyone out that's viewing us through Zoom of some of the items and some of the topics that we discussed during our Community Police Academy. We covered active shooter training. We covered community relations, our mental health, homelessness, gangs, gang intervention, narcotics, canine, our special operations team, use of force, less than lethal options, professional standards, patrol operations, jail operations, our unmanned aerial system, traffic safety and investigation, detective investigations, our dispatch, and our records. So there were quite a few topics that we discussed. And I think if we could get a class like the class that we had 2201, if they're even a fraction of involved as they were, I think we're ahead of the game. So this is, I think this is a great program to bring some more community interaction and give folks an idea of what their police department does for them.
Again, thank you so much. Special thanks to Sergeant Garcia and Senior Officer Cano for all you've done for this program and all you do for our community every day. Thank you for your partnership. And I look forward to seeing class 2202 here, which will put notice out soon, hopefully, for other community members to come join. But thank you so much for being our guinea pigs, our test children. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Mayor, may I say something? Yes. So I want to thank all of you for forming part of this very first Citizens Academy, at least while we've been in City Council. I want to thank all of the different principals and squad administrators for being a great partner to the City of Bell Gardens. We began these conversations about security and safety back in 2020 when the pandemic had just begun, alongside Lieutenant or incoming Captain Camacho. And we had meetings with all of our different groups, and that's an ongoing conversation. So I'm just so proud of the police department and the work that Chief Fairfield is doing. It was his vision to reinforce our community, to reinforce our schools. And he began this conversation many, many years ago when we came in. So just to see the fruits of it and to see it moving along and seeing the partnerships, I think is a great success for our city. And unfortunately, other incidents have happened across the nation that have really narrowed in on the importance of safety and security, especially in our schools for our little ones, so that all they have to worry about is going to school and learning. But aside from that, I hope to see another Citizens Academy. Apparently this one was great success, and I am so pleased with it. And again, thank you again to all of our principals, our community members for forming part of this academy. Solamente para los que no hablan inglés, muchísimas gracias por ser parte de esta academia. Ojalá y se corra la voz y tengamos otra, pero gracias por dedicar su tiempo y por estar aquí con nosotros. Fue la visión de nuestro jefe de policía, Scott Fairfield, de incrementar la seguridad de nuestras escuelas para que nuestros estudiantes solamente se tengan que preocupar en aprender. Y creo que eso es algo muy bueno, y van a ver que vamos a incrementar la seguridad de nuestras escuelas y también para la seguridad de los padres, porque hemos tenido llamadas de papás que están preocupados por miembros de
de pandillas que están afuera o que están alrededor de nuestras escuelas. O eso también les va a dar un poquito más de paz a ustedes, sabiendo que sus niños van a escuelas seguras aquí en la ciudad de Bell Gardens. Thank you everybody so much. Congratulations.
Any other comments? No. Just to echo what Councilmember Cortez said, this is just another great example of the partnership that our police department has with our organizations or schools here in the city. I'm always very excited to see the community involvement that we have in showing that our police is an ally and our partner and someone that we shouldn't be scared of. So this was very successful. I had an opportunity to participate in something similar in a different city years ago, and I'm super excited that we have it here now and for coming years as well. Thank you so much and congratulations. And now we'll move to presentation number 2. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Polito. The second item we have is a certificate to recognize long-term employee Raynette Haro from the Recreation Community Services Department for over 30 years of service, and she wasted no time in getting into retirement phase. I'll turn it over to Liz to talk a little bit more, and I see Raynette is there. She's probably halfway to Arizona or wherever it was she was going. So Director Nava, if you can take it from here, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Kelly. I am so grateful to have this opportunity to recognize Raynette tonight. We were fortunate that we were able to celebrate her last week a little bit in a little intimate going away party just with the staff. And I think the staff said it all, Raynette. Your legacy here is second to none, and we will definitely have a huge gaping hole with you gone. Raynette has worked for the City of Bell Gardens for over 33 years, and the recreation department is what it is today. And a lot of it is because of Raynette and her impact on this department and this community. She served with her whole heart. She left nothing. I mean, she gave it all, and we have definitely benefited from it, the community and the staff. And Raynette, I said it to you on Thursday, and I'll say it again, that I only got to work with you for 6 months, but already you made such a huge impact to me and even to the staff that are new on board. And so good luck to you, my lady. We are so grateful to have had you. She's in Arizona right now. She's in the process of moving, so she's joining us from her car right now. Raynette, we love you and we miss you already. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I just want to thank the city and all the recreation department for making it a second home for me. And I appreciate everything that you do for the community. And I love the city so much. And it hurts me to leave, but it's my time to go. But good luck to all. And I'll miss you all. I'll miss you all so much. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So with the permission of the mayor here, I'd like to present a certificate of recognition to Raynette Haro. And this is a beautiful certificate that we have made for you, Raynette. And before I read it, I just want to say something more from a personal side. I just want to thank you for your dedication. Raynette is one of those employees that was giving so much value to the community of Bell Gardens while receiving a very limited amount in return. You know, we have a lot of part-time staff that work very, very hard. They pour in their heart. Maybe they're not compensated as much as they should. And I definitely feel like Raynette was one of those people that just gave us so much. So many kids in our community remember her, including some of my own family members. And I'm deeply appreciative for you, Raynette, that charisma that you brought to the kids, that motherly love that you shared with everyone. Really, really, we're gonna miss you. And we hope that wherever you go, you continue to spread that love with all of the people around you. So without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and read the certificate. Whereas Raynette Haro started her career in the city of Bell Gardens Recreation and Community Services on October 29, 1989 as a recreation leader and promoting through the ranks as to recreation leader 4. And whereas her hard work and dedication to the city have been felt in the impact on community programs, including sports, park programs, and most significantly in the Creative Kids program. And whereas Raynette has been key in developing quality programming for the community, leading and developing recreation leaders, and caring for the children and families in the Bell Gardens community. And whereas Raynette is admired by the community and her coworkers and her supervisors for her passion, dedication, positive attitude, and knowledge, therefore, the City of Bell Gardens City Council hereby resolves to recognize Raynette for 33 years of dedicated service and acknowledge her as exemplary employee who will be missed tremendously. We wish her a very happy retirement. Congratulations, Renee, and we're gonna miss you.
Thank
And
you.
this is signed by our Mayor, Maria Pulido. Right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any
Thank you
words
so
from
much,
the rest of
Michael.
the council?
Mayor,
Yes.
just Raynette, thank you so much for 33 years of service to our community. We will never, ever, ever be able to pay you back. And I was able to see how much staff loves you, how much they respect you, and the impact that you had in Parks and Rec. So just want to thank you for that and all your contributions. And I'm so happy for you. You're in Arizona, you're going to live the life now. And you're always welcome back in our city to visit whenever you're in town, obviously. But we are just very happy for you. Congratulations on your retirement and this very well-earned phase of your life. And we hope to see everything that you're doing over there in Arizona, because I'm sure you're not going to be able to stay put. But we
Thank
love
you.
you and thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Reina. Hopefully your trip has been good to nearby state of Arizona. Thank you so much for your countless years, or I should say decades of service to our great city of Bell Gardens, to the residents and the community. You made an incredible impact on our children, community, and city. You mentored hundreds of staff members, and it shows the leaders you created today, including one of our very own supervisors, who that day you mentioned when Armando came in as a freshman from high school to now him becoming a supervisor for the Recreation and Community Services Department. Truly appreciate, again, the countless years of service and the people you mentored along the way, and it shows. So with that said, I hope you enjoy retirement and you made an impact in our city that will never be forgotten. So thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Spark, thank you so much. 33 years of service. It's a whole lifetime. And the Creative Kids program, that's where I got to know you, and just seeing how much the kids loved you. You're their second mom is amazing. You know, they always reach for you. And the impact that you have in the staff, it's always, you can identify a great leader when you know that you're teaching others without being intimidated by them and thinking that they will one day take my job. You don't worry about that because you know that you're empowering them so that one day when you're ready to retire or move on, that they can continue with the program without being threatened. And that's what you did. You taught others so that when you were ready to live the best years of your life, and I don't know about Arizona, but you know, you did such a great job, and thank you so much for being patient and loving and for giving us so much time and just part of you. Thank you, and enjoy your retirement and have a great time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
And I think Oscar wants to say something.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor. I appreciate it. We've said it all, Raynette. Deeply missed. My only concern now is who we send balloons to for our decorations. Raynette, if you don't know, it was our decoration guru. And again, the Creative Kids. We saw uncles and aunts and parents bringing that once participated in our program, bringing their kids now to the program. So thanks again, Raynette. And hopefully we'll see you later.
All right. Thanks, Oscar.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. Yep, no worries.
Mayor Polito, if I may, at this time, staff recommends and would request that the council change the order of the agenda, considering the 2 public hearings we have with significant public comment. We've got at least 50 emails on one of the items plus phone calls. We'll read all of those emails and give at least 3 minutes for each of the emails. So we're requesting that the order be changed so that the non-public hearing items are considered first. So that would be the public participation on agenda items, the city manager's report, the consent calendar, the discussion items, and public comment on non-agenda items. And then we would start after that with public hearing number 1, public hearing number 2, and council member comments. We believe that this would make the meeting significantly more efficient and move the items at the end of the meeting that there are staff members and members of the public that may be waiting for, to move it to the front so that we can get into the public hearings and take the significant amount of time that we expect those public hearings to take.
Thank you. Do we need a motion for that? Yeah. We have a motion to reassign the order of the meeting as indicated by city manager.
So moves Cortez.
Is there a second? I'll second. City clerk, can you please call the roll of the city council?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Cortez,
Yes.
Flores, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
and Mayor Polito.
Yes, thank you. We will now move to the next item on the agenda. Public participation is now open for items listed on the agenda. City clerk, will you please announce the instructions for public participation?
Yes, Mayor. Just to reiterate, this will be for the items excluding the 2 public hearing items. Host, can you please lower down the hands of the attendees right now so we can just determine who is going to make those comments for those items? Thank you. The members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on the items listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record before addressing your comments to the city council. Each speaker and written comments are limited to 3 minutes. Written comments will be read out loud after all speakers have been heard. Anyone wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by pressing *9. When instructed, press *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining us through the Zoom app may request to make comments by using the raise hand feature on Zoom. Looks like there's 2 attendees for comments. Let me go ahead. Host, can you please let in caller?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, good afternoon. My comment is against rent control, and rent stabilization, and I would like you guys to take
Carla?
into consideration. Yes?
Hi, yes, I'm sorry. So that is going to be one of our public hearing items, which we will have a moment for comments at that time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, host, can you allow in caller with phone number ending 8641? Okay, you
Hi,
can
I
now.
was actually in regards to the rent control ordinance, so I just heard that that's a different time.
Yes, so if you like, we can call on you at that time.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like there are no more comments for this item.
If there's no objection by the city council, I will close public participation. City manager, will you please give your report?
Thank you, Mayor Polito. I'll be brief on this report. I just want to report this weekend on Saturday, we had a back to school giveaway that we worked with the Assembly Members Office. So thanks to everybody involved, and hopefully everybody got what they're looking for to make the school year, the start of the school year, a great one. Also just want to quickly note that on August 20th and 21st, it's yard sale weekend again. So we went a year or two during COVID without being able to have the yard sale weekends. So that's coming up in about a week and a half. And the last time I just wanted to give quick update regarding the Aquatic Center. So just always a reminder on the funding, we've got a $6 million grant with the National Park Service. We recently received a $2 million appropriation in the state from our Assembly Member's Office. We also received an earmark that we're working on for $1.5 million through our Congresswoman's office. And also in the meantime, even though the pool is closed, we worked with the city of Montebello to find a pool that we could use almost exclusively for Bell Gardens residents. So we've had over 150 swim lessons signed up for. The program's already in place. We're into the second week. For anybody that needs transportation up there, we're providing free transportation with the trolley buses. So we feel like this is a pretty large number of people, and we'll be able to keep offering this service into the fall beyond the traditional summer season. So I just want to report on that. Thank you, Mayor Polito.
Thank you for that. We will now move to the consent calendar. Does any member of City Council wish to pull an item for separate discussion? May I have a motion to approve items number 3 to 13 on the consent calendar? Move to approve. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. City Clerk, will you please call the roll of the City Council?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Cortez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Polito.
Yes.
Thank you.
City Manager, will you please announce discussion item number 14?
Yes, thanks again, Mayor Polito. This item is an urgency ordinance to repeal some language within the Bell Gardens Municipal Code, particularly or specifically Chapter 2.71 regarding campaign contributions. Just as a refresher, the council directed staff last year to adopt the state campaign contribution limits as opposed to creating our own city-based limits that would require the city to establish the limits and also to enforce the limits. And the direction from council was to use the state limits in which the FPPC would be responsible for enforcement. So we worked with the FPPC at that time, let them know what our intentions were. Now that we're getting close to election cycle, we have heard back from them. They noticed that we have old language within our municipal code. And that what they've stated to us is that any language within the municipal code would seem to indicate that we have our own city ordinance and our own city contribution limits, which was not the direction of the council. And so what we're looking to do here is to replace that language or to completely eliminate the language so that it will be obvious and clear to the FPPC and everybody that we're following the state limits. We did inquire with them if we even had language that said explicitly we'll follow the limits. That could be interpreted as us having our own process and requiring our own enforcement. So the advice that we have at this time is to remove all the language for campaign contributions from our municipal code. Therefore, we would default back to the state contribution limits with FPPC enforcement. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? May I have, may I have a motion?
I'll move to approve, Cortez.
I'll go ahead and second it.
City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Cortez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Polito.
Yes.
Thank you.
City Manager, will you please announce discussion item number 15?
Thanks again, Mayor Polito. Staff is requesting that this item be moved to the next meeting. There was a request from a council member specifically to hear this, and the council members happens to be absent today. So we'd appreciate a motion to move this to the next meeting.
May I have a motion?
Moved, Cortez.
Second.
City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Cortez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Polito.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, will you please announce discussion item number 16?
Thanks again, Mayor Polito. This item is for our local commission's appointment list. 3 council members have vacancies. All of the vacancies are ready and available to fill at this time by motion from any of the council members. Thank you.
Does any member of the city council wish to make any changes to the list?
Yes, I would like to go ahead and nominate Isabel Duron to the Recreation Commission.
May I have a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
City clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Cortez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pulido.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional changes to the list? Okay. Public participation is now open for items not listed on the agenda. City clerk, please announce the instructions for public participation.
Yes, Mayor. The members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on the items not listed on the agenda. Please state your name for the record before addressing your comments to the mayor and council members. Each speaker and written comments are limited to 3 minutes. Written comments will be read out loud after all speakers have been heard. Anyone wishing to make a comment may do so at this time by pressing *9. When instructed, press *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining us through the Zoom app may request to make a comment by using the raise hand feature on Zoom. There are no written comments. We'll go ahead and open up the lines to see if anyone is. Host, can you please allow Doris in? Hi, Doris.
Sí, aló, hello. Mire, mi nombre es Doris. ¿Sí me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí. Mi nombre es Doris Serrano y pues, vengo a apoyar para que ustedes, por favor, aprueben el control de renta.
Hola, señora Doris, disculpe,
Quiero
ahorita solamente es
dar
para...
quiero dar mi
Señora
ejemplo,
Doris.
lo que me sucedió.
Señora Doris.
¿Verdad? En este mes pasado, ¿verdad?
Disculpe, señora Doris.
De junio, resulta ser que yo tenía un pequeño retraso en la fecha de entrega de la renta.
Señora Doris.
Yo llegué a un acuerdo con la oficina, sí, dígame.
Disculpe, este periodo no es para lo del control de renta. Ahorita vamos en como unos cuantos minutos a abrir la audiencia pública para ese tema, o si se quiere esperar. Ahorita solamente es para los temas que no están
sí,
en la
disculpe.
agenda. Sí, no hay problema.
Yo espero, gracias.
Host, can we go ahead and put all hands down just so that way we can make sure that we're getting those comments for non-agenda items? All right, so anyone interested in making comments for non-agenda item can raise your hand. Okay, host, can you allow Daniel Solis in? Lowered his hand, okay. Looks like there are no comments. Oh. Sorry, Mayor, looks like Daniel Solis raised his hand again. Daniel, you can go ahead and make your comments.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Daniel Solis Jr. First time joining a council meeting, so excuse me for not being, formal. But I spoke with Miss Vanessa a few days ago about excessive noise complaint from one of our neighbors, and I was hoping if we could have a discussion about potentially reducing the amount of non-emergency calls that I make on behalf of the noise complaints or disturbances. Again, I do have some propositions as to manners that we could address this issue that's been plaguing us for the past 2 years since the pandemic has started. And hopefully we can have a discussion longer than just 3 minutes about this issue that we've been dealing with in the past since 2020. I'm not quite sure what else to say, but thank you very much for the time and the attention. Appreciate it.
Mr. Solis, if you feel comfortable emailing either myself, just so we can have your contact information, or the Chief of Police, Scott Fairfield, so we can reach out to you after the meeting or during this week.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Cortez. I will email both of you. Thank you.
Mayor, it looks like there are no more comments.
If there is no objection by the City Council, I will close public participation. We will now begin with the first item on the agenda of the public hearing. At this time, I will open the public hearing at 6:54 p.m. City Manager, will you please introduce this item?
Thanks again, Mayor Polito. Staff recommendation at this time is as the City Council conduct a public hearing regarding rent stabilization and tenant eviction protections. That's ordinance number 925. Receive testimony on such and consider taking the following actions. Read by title only, introduce and waive for the reading of the ordinance regarding rent stabilization and tenant eviction protections. And then also among all the details within this 51-page ordinance, also direct staff to include one of the following maximum rent cap options prior to the second reading so that we may incorporate that into the second reading. Option one as presented is no more than 3% annual increase plus the percentage change in CPI, essentially be capped at 5%. And option two, no more than a 3% increase plus percentage change in CPI up to 8%. Also, there's an alternative action. If either of those options are not exactly what the council is looking for, other direction could be provided to staff as deemed appropriate by City Council. Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I can go a little bit further there, sorry. I'll do the staff presentation part of it. I'll turn it over to our Community Development Director, Gus Romo. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'll give you a little bit of background on how we got here, and then I'll turn it over to our City Attorney to go over the actual ordinance that's being presented to you tonight. So on April 11th, City Council gave direction to staff to move forward with preparing rent stabilization ordinance and tenant eviction protection ordinance, and obtain input from the Rent Control Ad Hoc Committee, which we have been working with since about June of last year, and bring back an interim ordinance at the next meeting to also temporarily freeze rent increases while the permanent ordinance is being worked on. So on April 25th, the council adopted the temporary freeze ordinance, which froze rent increases for 90 days. It was due to expire on July 25th. And on July 11th, the City Council adopted an extension to that interim ordinance, which froze rent increases for an additional 90 days due to sunset on October 9th. So we are here tonight with the actual permanent ordinance, which would replace the temporary rent increase. So that would no longer be necessary if this action takes place tonight to approve the ordinance. Then the staff met with the ad hoc committee on May 26th, June 22nd, and July 6th to discuss the draft ordinance and obtain input from the committee members. I'd like to go ahead and open up the presentation if the IT department can go ahead and share the screen. Okay, we can go on to slide number 3. So in the city of Bell Gardens, we have approximately 10,000 housing units. It's older stock, so only about 10% of those housing units were built after 1995. And keeping in mind that out of all the units, about 78% are renter occupied. And our research shows that 58% of those households are cost burdened. When we look at the overall rents based on HUD Metro District and the small area fair market rents, and again, this is separate from LA County median rents, We didn't want to look at LA County because again, there's a lot of fluctuation in terms of prices. So we looked at the entire LA region in terms of the Southeast LA region, the 90201 zip code. So when we look at LA County, it's a 1384 to 2933 average rents. Bell Gardens is 1240 to 2690 average rents. Go on to the next slide. So one thing to note is that this applies to residential rental units. And there are certain units that are exempt from the state law as well as here in the ordinance. So I'll turn it over now to our city attorney who helped us put this together, Ms. Norma Tavares. I'm sorry, do we have Norma with us?
Thank you, Gus. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. What I'd like to do is just in very broad strokes, summarize what is in the proposed ordinance before you today. It has two separate chapters, one of them dealing with the rent stabilization component, and then the second chapter dealing with the tenant eviction protections component. Under rent stabilization, as Gus mentioned, this applies to all, broadly speaking, to all residential rental units in the city. So it doesn't apply to commercial units, for example, with then a host of exemptions. We say in the ordinance that if a unit is exempt according to state or federal law, then it would be also exempt under our ordinance. And then we call out specific exemptions, including those units that are built after 1995. As the prior slide indicated, that only applies to about 10% of the units. And then it also exempts single family homes, condominiums, those units or properties that are separately alienable from title, meaning that they can be sold as a separate unit. Properties that are owner occupied that contain up to 3 units are also exempt, along with things such as affordable housing, short-term accommodations, etc. Next slide, please. I have to, give me 1 second. Thank you. Okay, we're on slide 5 now. Okay, with regard to the rent increase, what in the recommendation, there are 2 options that are before the council. The way it's structured is aligns with the Tenant Protection Act, which has a base rent of 5% plus whatever the percentage changes in CPI, but caps it at 10%. So what is being proposed is that the base increase is 3% plus CPI or 5% being the cap. And then the second option would make that cap 8%. An example would be if, like in today, the way CPI is right now, there would be a base of 3% plus, let's say 9% CPI, which would be 12, but it would be capped instead of 12, it would be capped either at the 5% level or the 8% level. And as the city manager indicated earlier, if the city council wants to provide different direction, then that would be something that can be provided this evening. Slide 6, please. Just by way of comparison, these are based on the staff's research. Other cities generally, everybody sort of uses slightly different formulas, but for the most part, most cities opt for the same strategy. There's some sort of tracking with CPI, with a base, with a floor in some cases, and then usually a rent cap. Most of those hover right around 5%. In the case of LA County, there's a tiered system that's tied to CPI. So depending on where CPI is, that would track what the increase is. But again, there's a floor as little as 0 if we're in negative CPI environment, or in the instance now we're in a high CPI environment, it still caps at 8%. So this is by way of reference. Other provisions with regard to rent increases, and again, this is generally consistent with what other cities that enact rent control do, but it's limited to 1 increase per year. The ordinance currently allows for an additional 3% increase for those units that are 80% or less fair market rent. And there's a threshold or a benchmark that's stated within the ordinance. Something else to point out is that a landlord. Would it be possible if we took a 5-minute recess? Oh yeah, definitely. Okay, Let's we're gonna pause right
reconvene.
there.
Yes, let's reconvene at 7:10.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Is that gonna be an issue though, right?
Is he coming back?
He's coming back.
No, I think we're because we haven't started the public.
As long as the public comment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Do you want me to explain the thing since you were out when I was talking about that?
Yeah.
So think about it as like there's a base. So there's a base, right? And then there's whatever CPI is going to equal some number. So right now CPI might be 9. And what we're saying is this number X, this becomes the cap. So it's either the cap Yes. We need the presentation. The presentation?
Okay, I thought you were gonna bring us back. Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
You can continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I think we left off when we were referencing other cities. But we can go ahead and move on to slide number 7, please. Thank you. So again, the rent increases are limited to 1 time per year. There's currently a provision that allows for an additional increase for those units that are being rented far below fair market rent, with specific rent benchmarks that are tied to schedules that HUD puts out. Landlords may not bank any unused portions of an annual increase for future years, but they may set an initial rent for new tenancies in accordance with state law. Slide 8, please. Other provisions that are included in the rent stabilization chapter include a section for capital improvement cost recovery, where landlords can apply to pass on up to 50% of capital improvement costs. There are certain caps to that with regard to time periods and dollar amounts or percentages. And there's a process that is laid out in the ordinance. In addition, there is a provision for a petition process for landlords to apply for a fair and reasonable return if the permitted rent increases do not provide the landlord a fair and reasonable return on their investment. And that's all laid out in detail in the ordinance. It also includes the creation of a rental unit registry that would take effect a year out. Fees would be involved where landlords would register the unit and then pay an annual fee toward the enforcement and administration of the various chapters. And that fee can be passed on to tenants. 50% of the fee can be passed on to tenants with, again, there's certain limits that are baked in. And then finally, there's some provisions with regard to administration enforcement, which generally empower the department to create rules and regulations to further implement this new program. And the enforcement is generally tied to the chapter within the city having to do with administrative enforcement of the municipal code. Moving on to chapter 9. Slide 9. Chapter 5.63 of the code is being added to address termination of tenancy, in which the landlord may only terminate a tenancy for just cause. The grounds for eviction include either for cause or no fault reasons, which are laid out in the ordinance. And this chapter applies to all tenancies, rental units that where the tenant has had a tenancy for at least 12 months. Slide 10, please. So this lays out the reasons for termination of tenancy for cause. And so this is basically all the things that a tenant may do that fails to do or might be in violation of the lease, where a landlord may terminate a tenancy. There are notice provisions and other requirements tied to this, but these are the basic reasons that are laid out. Slide 11 lays out the reasons for no fault termination, which includes demolishing or withdrawing a unit permanently from the rental market, complying with a government order, or a landlord or their immediate family members moving in and using the unit as their primary residence. There's some additional protections that are built in for certain vulnerable groups. And so that also is laid out in the ordinance in this chapter. Next slide, please. For tenants that are displaced through no fault of their own, which is the no fault termination, there are provisions to where they would be entitled for relocation assistance. It's currently set out as a basic formula where a tenant would be entitled to 3 months the monthly rent at the time of displacement. And there's a provision for an additional month for certain qualified tenants that include things like seniors, the disabled, families with children under 18, etc. There's also some language for temporary displacement where, again, landlords would be required to provide certain benefits for tenants to ensure that they're either provided comparable accommodations or per diem during the temporary displacement. Other things that are, other items that are addressed include certain buyout agreements and limitations for what language has to be included, time provisions, etc. There are also protections with regard to retaliation. There are anti-harassment provisions that list out what a landlord shouldn't do as far as harassing tenants for trying to enforce their rights under the ordinance. And similar to the other chapter, there are administration enforcement provisions that generally are parallel for each chapter. So that's in very broad strokes what's in the ordinance. I'm going to pass it over to the Director of Community and Economic Development to address fiscal impact. Gus?
Thank you, Norma. If we can go on to the next slide. As we've looked at various ordinances and processes that other cities have gone through, it's been very difficult to identify what the actual cost is going to be to administer this ordinance. It has to be based on practice. It has to be based on a cost study that's done to determine each city's individual needs. Other city budgets that we've looked at have been anywhere from $1 million to $3 million and up. Some larger cities even up to $5 million. So the startup costs that we're looking at would have to come from the general fund. However, we do not know what that is. We were taking educated guesses initially at what it would cost. But in order for the ordinance to be implemented, not adopted, it could be adopted, similar to what Santa Ana did. They adopted their ordinance and then they gave direction to staff to go forward with a cost study. So that's what we would need to do, is do a cost study, identify the legal fees, the hearing officers, consultants that are needed to implement the ordinance, the staffing also to administer and enforce, and the public outreach that's needed as well. Next slide. So when we looked at various cities, we took these 4 as a comparison. We also looked at the cost of rental registration. So in Inglewood, for example, they have a little over a $3 million annual budget. And the way they pay for this is partly through the rental registry. They charge $206 per unit, but they have close to 25,000 rental units. Culver City, on the other hand, has units closer to us. They're looking at about 8,000 rental units, 2.3 annual budget, a cost of $167 per unit. Baldwin Park's budget is unknown at this time. Their ordinance is too new to identify what their actual costs are going to be. However, they did identify a very low cost per unit for their 7,727 rental units at $28 per unit. However, we do not know that they've actually created a cost study to be able to identify that. Santa Ana, which is a much larger city, they went ahead and identified $350,000 to do a cost study. And they moved forward, they directed their staff to do that. So they took that from their general fund to be able to identify what the unit or the cost per unit is going to be. They do have quite a bit of units though, 44,000 almost. So that cost is yet to be determined. They started that the study, I would say, a couple of months ago, and they hopefully should be finished before the end of the year. to present those numbers to their staff and the council. Next, please. So what we anticipate here is the next steps is if you go ahead and do the first reading today, it's the introduction of the ordinance first reading tonight. And if that goes forward, then the second reading will take place on August 22nd for the actual adoption of the ordinance. And 30 days later, it will become effective. So it'll become law. That will be on September 22nd. We do need to put out an RFP to do the cost study. We're anticipating, based on the size of the city and so forth, it could be anywhere between $60,000 to $100,000. You know, 60,000 on the low end, 100,000 on the high end. We need to allocate staffing and resources. As part of tonight's agenda, we did put together a housing specialist position. It's going to be coming before you. The policies and procedures need to be outlined, how this ordinance is going to be implemented, the various forms that the city and staff are going to need, the website creation, how it's going to be advertised. And then there's got to be an outreach period for tenants and landlords to become familiar with the actual ordinance, you know, perhaps having some workshops. And then there's the administration phase. Now, the reason we had identified September 30th, 2023 as the date that we actually implement the rental registry is because we have to do the cost study. So we can't just start charging without that cost study. We need to determine what that cost per rental unit is going to be. And once those rental fees are established, then the ordinance, the actual cost can be implemented. It doesn't mean we wouldn't go forward with the ordinance. We just wouldn't have a rental registry at that time. Next slide. We would like to identify, since the last meeting that got canceled, there was a clarification that needed to be done. Under section 5.62, capital improvements pass-through, there was a comment that was brought up indicating what does up to 50% mean? In other words, does it give the city discretion to be able to do less than 50%? And the answer is no, that was not the intent. The pass-through was 50% of capital improvement costs. So we went ahead and removed the up to from this language. So if there's action taken on the ordinance tonight, this has been reported as being removed from the ordinance. Same thing with the rental unit registration. Next slide, please. So tonight the council is being asked to read by title only and introduce and waive further reading of ordinance 925 to add the rent stabilization chapter and the tenant eviction protections chapter to title 5 of the Bell Gardens Municipal Code, and also to direct staff to include either option 1, the 5% cap, or option 2, the 8% cap, as a maximum rent cap in ordinance 925. And this would be done prior to the second reading. An alternative action would be to provide staff with other direction that the city council deems appropriate. So with that in mind, if there are any questions, I would recommend that the city council ask those questions now and then open up the public hearing to take public input. Thank you.
We will now move to council member questions. Does any member of city council have any questions? We will now open to public comments for this item. City clerk, please announce the instructions for public participation.
Yes, Mayor. Before I provide the instructions for public participation, I would like to make note for the record that 62 written comments were submitted on July 25th for this item. Since the July 25th, 2022 City Council meeting was canceled, these comments will be made available as part of the official record for the August 8th City Council meeting. The records should also reflect that the comments that were submitted were also provided to the City Council prior to tonight's meeting. With that said, 24 of the 62 comments that were submitted were in opposition of rent control. 38 of the 62 comments were submitted in support of rent control. All right, the following individuals were in opposition of rent control: Victoria Wing, Sylvia Mendoza, Pam Lee, Will Chip, M. Kemach, Jamad Dwellor, Matthew Contreras, Mark Meeks, Tasha Kretekachis, Jean Burgess, Joe Del Rosario, Iselma Silva Katz, JG, Alex Ubred, Aaron Schaffer, Daniel Peretz, Sandra Salcedo, Nora Sells Business, Cara Shine, Don Jervis, Sandra Salcedo, YOB Los Angeles, Rebecca Shakibi, Pallavi Dashi. The following individuals were in support of rent control: Alan Elena Cifuentes, Guadalupe Moreno, Claudia Hernandez, Manuel Galuga, Galuga JUA2008@gmail.com, Martin Garcia, Monica Kakimoto, Maria Padilla, Yolanda Gomez, Maria Martinez, Incencio Cortez, R. Sanchez Torres, Julio Valenzuela, Jorge Lopez, Aisha Heidi, Luis Rosa, Rosa Azul, Rosa Arzola, Gerlanti Guretti, Ashir, Wendy Monzon, Danny Serpas, Angelica Mesa, Chanelli Alcalas, Henry Pineda, Maria Martinez, Maria Ramos, Maria Martinez, Melissa Cordeo, Monica Aguilar, Clarissa Ramirez, Lorena Garcia Zermona, Basilio Roman, Sandra Garcia, Lilia Chavez, Vanessa Bautista, Humberto Lizarraga, Incencio Jimenez. All right, Mayor, the members of the public will now have an opportunity to speak on the public hearing items. Please state, item number 1, please state your name for the record before addressing your comments to the mayor and council members. Written comments will be read out loud after all speakers have been heard. Anyone wishing to make comments may do so at this time by pressing *9. When instructed, press *6 to unmute yourself. Individuals joining us through the Zoom app may request to make comments by using the raise hand feature. Mayor, just wanted to point out that we did get written comments for this item, and we have 52 written comments that will be read out loud after all public comments or have been heard. We'll go ahead and start with the first speaker. Host, can you please allow Laura in?
Hi, this is Laura. I am a landlord and I live in the city of Bell Gardens. I wanted to express my support for tenant protections in the city. I'm requesting that council please move forward with a 3% cap max, which I know was explained a little bit for folks who didn't know what the CPI was. I'm aware that the options presented tonight have a 3% plus varying amounts. However, since the ad hoc committee has formed to explore this, rents have continued to skyrocket in Bell Gardens. More than 3% makes the difference between a family having and not having a home. You've seen it. I attended one of the public meetings last year and remember hearing community member after community member sharing stories of doing their best as tenants and being harassed and displaced. Tenants calling in today risk retaliation from landlords and have bravely told and continue to tell their stories. In addition to the very real lives that this policy impacts, multiple attorneys have explained to the city of Bell Gardens the viability and importance of tenant protections, including a recommendation for a 3% cap that includes CPI. I know that not all landlords are bad. I like to think that I'm one of them. And for good landlords, making a profit, quote unquote, or as the case may be, paying the mortgage does not come as tenant abuse through harassment or through financial abuse. And so I ask that this council support tenant protections and move forward with them with a 3% cap, a once-a-year rent increase limit, and a direction to move towards implementing a rent board. I want to end by naming the very valid, strong feelings and frustrations for many tenants. This comes from seeing neighbors and families and they themselves being forcibly vacated from the community, something that I hope we're really prioritizing in Bell Gardens. I look forward to my city that I've lived in for 32 years to reflect progress for all people equitably. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Host, can you please allow Anna Aldoco in?
Aldalco, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Ana Aldalco and I am a resident of Bell Gardens, currently renting. Just wanted to voice my support and actually for y'all to move forward with this rent control act, just because as y'all are gonna hear tonight, for sure, a lot of frustration, a lot of tenants that are definitely putting themselves out there, being vulnerable, and obviously this affects them, right? Obviously, y'all will also hear some landlords that will be not supportive of this, that don't live in the community, that just really want the profit. And obviously this is going to affect them financially as well. And that is, to me, if y'all don't support this, that's kind of like going on their side because they don't live here. A lot of them don't live here and it really affects us. And you could definitely just have so much support from us as community members and just to really have trust in the council again, with the limit of how Lada said of 3%, and only allow rent increase for 1 year, just because that's as much as we could possibly do. As the Bell Gardens has the lowest household medium income than other California cities, with the rent control ordinance, to create meaningful change and rent increases that must be capped. Rates as lower. And I'm sorry that I'm like kind of spiraling a little bit, currently going through a lot. But I wanted to make my voice heard, not only for myself as a tenant, but also as for other people in the communities that are struggling to also be able to afford rent in this current times, especially with all this inflation. Also just to provide relocation assistance for tenants that are evicted and are not at fault. That'd be great, but thanks for hearing me out and I'll pass it on.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow JDR in?
Good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn and I'm a resident of Bell Gardens, and I'm here in support of the many tenants of our community. I grew up in the city and I hold love for it, but on the same note, we have the right to voice when there's more that could be done for our community, like today. And safety seemed to be a hot topic today. And if you want to prioritize safety and reinforcing our community, it starts with the ability of people to stay in their homes, to have resources, and to have the ability to live a good quality of life. And for a city that makes no hesitation in giving almost half of all of our city funds and resources to the police department, we are not asking for much. We are asking you to actually set protections for families vulnerable to displacement at any given moment. And that means implementing policy that limits the annual rent increases to a ceiling of 3%, adopting a just cause eviction ordinance to limit no-fault evictions, providing relocation assistance to tenants that are evicted at no-fault grounds, creating a rent board to enforce the ordinance and address habitability issues, among other issues that exist in our community. And I want to emphasize that this is a very pivotal moment for the tenants in our city and beyond, because this can actually set the precedent for other cities to also support housing as a human right. So we urge you to implement these impactful protections and take a stand for the renters in our community that are here today, and for those that couldn't be here today, for those that protections have come way too late, and for those that have long dealt with injustices. And I want to send love to all of the renters that are sharing their testimonies and fighting for their livelihood and organizing to make these changes happen, because they are the reason that we're all here in support today. And I really hope that you support these tenants as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Jonathan Jagger in?
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Yeager, and I'm a staff attorney with the Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. LAFLA is the frontline law firm for poor and low-income Angelinos, providing free legal services to over 100,000 people yearly, including many Bell Gardens residents. Housing-related issues make up almost half of all of the cases we handle. Thus, we are honored that the council has asked us to work with city staff in developing the ordinance before you tonight. First, I want to express our appreciation for the dedication that staff and council have given to this important issue, especially in the past 2 weeks in response to an earlier round of comments. Many sections have been adjusted and edited accordingly, all with the goal of making this ordinance as strong but fair as possible. Tonight's historic vote will make Bell Gardens a beacon for tenants in Southeast LA and the entire county. We submitted a detailed comment letter with additional edits for council's consideration, but I'd like to highlight 3 important points. First, violations of the entire ordinance should be an affirmative defense to unlawful detainer actions. Making the protections an affirmative defense to eviction is the single best way for tenants to invoke these protections. The ordinance has already been updated to include this important language with respect to the just cause protections. However, the language is still missing from the rent stabilization chapter and should be added to section 5.62.140. Next, the cost of a rental adjustment petition should not be passed on to tenants. The rent adjustment petition is an important element that should be retained. However, the draft ordinance was recently amended to remove the prohibition on passing along the cost of doing the petition. In current form, a landlord could incur many uncontrolled costs and fees in bringing a petition and be allowed to charge a tenant on top of possibly raising the rent above the standard limit. Subsection 5.62.070A6 should be restored to prevent possible abuse. And finally, the rent cap should be set much lower. Council should consider setting the allowable annual rent increase at 50% of the change in the consumer price index with a ceiling of 3% and a floor of 0%. Rent is a household expense, just like milk, bread, and gasoline. In these current times of high inflation, low-income families struggle with increased costs across the board. Because the purpose of rent stabilization is to allow for predictable and affordable increases in rent, it does not make sense to allow the price of inflation to be passed through to tenants who are already struggling with other expenses. Thank you again for all the time spent working to protect Bell Gardens renters and deliver much needed protections to residents who need them. We look forward to the adoption of this landmark ordinance.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Galines?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the landlords. It seems like I'm the only landlord that is speaking today. The lawyer that just spoke is definitely siding with the tenants as he doesn't want the fee to be passing to the tenant, but why not if it benefits our tenants? Why does the owner have to carry the burden? Inflation goes for everybody, not just for the tenants. Let's be conscious about the situation. Now we are talking just the landlords, the ones that pay the taxes, the ones that pay the water, the trash. And I believe the taxes that I pay have those beautiful streets looking the way they look. I believe my taxes pay for the salaries of a lot of the people sitting in the council members. So why just go against the tenants? Hey, by all means, let's put a rent control. That's fine. Let's make it fair. What Baldwin Park is doing with the fee, $29, hey, if that's what we're going to pay, I can carry that payment. I wouldn't pass it on my tenants. But if it's going to be what the other cities are charging, I cannot afford it. I'll be forced to sell to a big corporation that is going to come in and it's going to put the rents where they're supposed to be. Why? I mean, why all this hate towards landlords? We're the ones that provide a safe haven, a safe home for all these tenants. And then, yes, if you guys want to go with a 5%, 8%, I am pro at 8% because it will be sustainable. I pay over $13,000 every year in taxes. Where am I supposed to get the money from? My pocket or get another job? Let's be conscious. And I implore you guys, council members, and the lawyer that just spoke, are you out of your mind? Because what you're saying is so unfair towards tenants, towards landlords. It's all towards tenants. If you guys are so concerned about tenants, make the city Section 8. Have Section 8 pay for every single tenant. So no landlord will be displaced of their properties. We are being forced to sell. I'm going to have to sell my property. I won't be able to afford it anymore. Now with all those restrictions. And I always have said, and I stand my ground, it's okay to have a rent control, but not to the point where we have to pay for the tenant to be living there. Over $13,000 in taxes a year, plus my mortgage. When am I supposed to get all the money? And I'm not even allowed to raise it over 3%. What about the inflation? Is the inflation only affecting the landlord? I believe it's affecting everybody, not just the tenant. Let's be fair. Let's please be fair to everybody. That's what we hear. Let's go home knowing that we did the right thing, that we were fair to every single party, not just the tenant. That's all that I'm asking here today. I have 2 jobs already. I'm gonna be forced to sell. And I don't think you guys be happy if you guys were being forced to sell your car because you're not able to afford to put gas anymore. Because now you have to pay extra fees. We all go somewhere and we all pay for that. And we work so hard for it. Now we have to let it go because I believe tenants are supposed to live for free. No, inflation affects everybody. Rent control is
Thank
great.
you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Ryan in? Ryan, you can now address the council.
Hi, my name is Ryan Snyder. I'm a member of East Yard Community for Environmental Justice. In regards to the rent stabilization ordinance, the community would like a 3% cap on rent increases, just cause for evictions, relocation assistance for no-fault evictions, and a rent board to settle housing injustices. And this economic climate, I hope Bell Gardens makes some humanistic decisions coming forth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Whitney in?
Good evening, council members. My name is Whitney. I'm also a member with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice, and I'm calling in strong support of a permanent rent stabilization ordinance for Bell Gardens with just cause eviction protections. Neither of the options that were presented today are enough. If we really want to protect tenants, renters, or community members, family, friends, then we need a ceiling of 3% for rent increase, and then with a floor of 0%. People shouldn't have to choose between paying for housing or providing food for our families. Right now, things have been difficult, and with inflation, it's not getting any better. I would just want to point out that the landlord that just spoke wasn't the only landlord. There was another landlord that spoke in favor and in support of a 3% ceiling. In addition to that, I also want to say that we need to adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance that limits to limit allowable no-fault evictions, as well as provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted on no-fault grounds. And lastly, we need to create a rent board that will enforce the ordinance and allow for it to arbitrate tenant landlord issues, as well as create a proactive code enforcement program to address stability issues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow caller with phone number ending 1193 in?
Hi, good evening. This is Tiffany Sanchez. I'm calling as a community member and as a youth organizer from East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I work with youth specifically in the East Side and Southeast LA. I wanted to just go ahead and reiterate some of these things that a lot of the members have already talked about. A 3% cap on rent increases, no more. That's it. Just cause protections for evictions, meaning protect the tenants from illegal evictions, relocation assistance for no fault evictions, helping people out if it is not their fault, if a building is crumbling before them, help them relocate so that they can stay in Bell Gardens, a rent board to settle housing. That doesn't include landlords that are their only interest is them, their bottom line. What about the landlords? I want to put it into context for you because your presentation was really interesting. You spoke about Culver City. Culver City's median income is $58,780. Bell Gardens is $20,774. 3% increase is $47 per month. A 5% is $75. As a mother of 2 small children, $75 is grocery bills. I want to go ahead and say $16,800 of that $20,000 will go to rent a year. That's less than $3,000 left a year for everything else, meaning $316 a month for groceries, for gas, for medical expenses. This is what you guys are giving tenants an option of. Do the right thing, protect the most lowest income people in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Crystal?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Cristal Esparza, a community member who is in support for renters. I need all council members to know that you are and will be hindering the community by continuing to be idle and by continuing to side with landlords in your city if you do not support and implement a rent stabilization policy for renters. I want you to think about the legacy and success you want to leave behind, not just for you, for the community of Bell Gardens and the surrounding cities. Renters are demanding a cause for protection for evictions. Renters are demanding relocation assistance for no-fault evictions. Renters are demanding a board to settle housing injustices, and renters are demanding a cap on rent increase at 3%. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Diana Sanchez in?
Hello?
Hi, Diana. You can address your comments to the council.
Okay. Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Diana Sanchez. I'm a tenant in Southeast LA, and I am in support of rent control. I work full-time and then some, and I'm constantly in the fear of being able to keep up with my bills as it is. I did everything right. I studied hard, I volunteered, I got a career, and I'm just scraping by to make all my bills. And this is a reality of a majority of members in the community. It's a human rights issue to increase rent more than 3% during such a crazy time of so many viruses, inflation, war, and more. And I really just want to reiterate the sentiment of so many people who've been speaking in support of rent control at a 3% cap. Bell Gardens can reflect the equitable process throughout the Southeast Los Angeles region and then some. And I also want to talk about how in the first half of this meeting, we sat through hearing the BG Police Department talking about how they're successfully creating more safety and security in the community. You know what really creates a sense of safety and security before anything? Housing. People being kept off the street, people staying safe from being displaced, constantly being safe in fear and not having a roof overhead. That is the hugest issue that we face in this community. And rent going up is going to create an unfair amount of displacement. I ask that the city council represent the community's need by limiting the annual rent increase with the ceiling to 3%, adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit no-fault evictions. And please remember that a majority of renters and community members in Bell Gardens are renters. I also ask that you provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted in no-fault grounds and create a rent board. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Natalie and not in?
Good evening, counselors. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, actually, it's not a pleasure because we're talking about a crisis. I'm a legal aid attorney. I represent people of the community of Bell Gardens in court every single day of my work week, and it is a crisis. The bare facts here are that wages are not keeping up with rent. It's not happening. A previous community member mentioned the median income in Bell Gardens. That's impossible to live off of. Impossible. It's a barrier to home ownership. It's a barrier to survival, but people are doing it. I'm begging you to inject some sanity in the landlord-tenant relationship. It badly needs regulation. And the wonderful part about it is that the wonderful landlords, of which there are many who do provide housing to people who otherwise could not afford it, those good landlords, they will continue to rent and they will comply with the law. And the landlords who you don't want in your community, the landlords who aren't keeping up their properties, the landlords who are abusing rent increases, those landlords will go away. They will sell their properties. It protects the community and it protects tenants, and it's badly needed. I cannot tell you how often I sit in court and I watch dozens of people get evicted every day. And and also the unlawful detainer system is a miserable system. It's absolutely abusive to tenants, and attorneys like me make it an absolute misery for landlords. It is not an adequate way to resolve these relationships, which are essentially inter-community relationships. We should be supporting the landlord-tenant relationship as a vital part of what keeps communities together. And we can do that by, again, injecting some regulation and some means of adjudicating those regulations outside of the unlawful detainer system. The unlawful detainer system should be for the worst cases, for people who've abandoned their property or horribly committed waste, or just are dodging rent for months on end. The unlawful detainer system should be for the absolute worst cases of housing dysfunction. Otherwise, we should be creating other means and regulations to mediate those conflicts. And some of those things we need is stability in rental amounts. Tenants provide an enormous amount of value, not only to Bell Gardens because they are taxpayers, but also to landlords. So we should create some stability in what they're going to be paying in rent going forward. And you can do that by limiting rent increases.
Thank you for your comments.
What the rent increases should be limited to 50% of CPI with the floor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ceiling of 3%. That is a reasonable.
Host, can you please allow Anna Matthews in?
Hi, my name is Anna Matthews, and I'm representing the Western Central and Non-Poverty. I stand in strong support of a permanent rent stabilization ordinance for Bell Gardens with a ceiling of 3% and just cause eviction protections. The Western Central and Non-Poverty is California's oldest and largest legal services support center with the goal of ending poverty in our state. Speaking of ending poverty, Bell Gardens' residents have the highest poverty and rental rates of the areas that have rent stabilization laws in California. And as we come out of the pandemic, it is more necessary than ever that such an ordinance be instituted. Right now, residents are facing impossible trade-offs between putting food on the table, accessing healthcare, providing for their children's needs, and keeping a roof over their heads. Enabling landlords to further increase rent places these vulnerable residents in increasingly precarious positions. Job stability, food security, health, and so many other facets of life are strongly intertwined with housing, so passing a permanent rent stabilization ordinance will be immeasurably beneficial to the residents of Bell Gardens. At the Western Center on Non-Poverty, we believe that we cannot end poverty without actively working to dismantle systems that disadvantage the poor and keep them in money traps. This ordinance would safeguard vulnerable residents against the gross exploitation that, let's be honest, low-income renters often face. So for these reasons, we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Suzette Aguirre in?
Hi, my name is Suzette Aguirre, and I'm a tenant in unincorporated East LA. And I'm here to stand in support of the rent control. We want to limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and the ceiling of 3%. I want to reiterate what some of the points that other folks have said about Bell Gardens having it has one of the lowest household median incomes of all of other California cities with rent control ordinances. And to create meaningful change, rent increases must be capped at lower rates than most other California cities. So we also need to adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions and to provide relocation assistance to tenants. And on top of that, we need to create a rent board. So please, I stand in support of this. We need to get this done as soon as possible to protect the health and safety of the community, especially during these unprecedented times. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Maria Padilla in?
Sí, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a todos los del concilio. Pues mi nombre es María Padilla. Soy residente de aquí de Bell Gardens desde hace 26 años. Yo pudiera estarles contando pues mi vida que he tenido en Bell Gardens, pero hoy quiero traerles solamente un testimonio. Hemos caminado las calles, las necesidades de la comunidad y encontré a un joven de 19 años que está viviendo en una propiedad, la está rentando. Él trabaja en un restaurante y me dio mucha tristeza porque le dije, hijo, ¿tú no quieres estudiar? ¿Tú no sueñas poder tener una carrera? Y su respuesta fue esta: ¿cómo puedo pagar una carrera cuando apenas me alcanza para pagar la renta, comer? Me dio mucha tristeza porque yo vi a mi hijo más chico, tiene su misma edad. Y él me comentó una cosa que están pasando ellos. Por un día que ellos se pasaron el mes pasado de renta, es un grupo de jóvenes que están viviendo juntos, pagan 1,500 de renta y la dueña por un día que se la dieron tarde les cobró $150 por ese día que se pasaron, el 10% de su renta. ¿Cómo podemos vivir nosotros? ¿Cómo podemos hacer que nuestros hijos sean independientes, que tengan una carrera, que tengan sueños de tener una casa, de tener un mejor sueldo, cuando ellos tienen el anhelo de salir adelante y este tipo de personas no los dejan o la renta es tan excesiva, la vida tan cara? Me dio mucha tristeza y quiero traerles este testimonio a ustedes, miembros del concilio. Necesitamos este control de rentas del 3% para todas las familias, pero también para esos jóvenes. Yo siempre peleo por mis jóvenes de mi comunidad. Es el futuro de nuestra comunidad, son esos jóvenes a los que no apoyamos, a los que son invisibles para nosotros. Me dio mucha tristeza este joven. Yo quiero dejarles a ustedes esta pregunta. ¿Ustedes qué más quieren ver? ¿Qué más quieren oír en nuestra comunidad? Para sensibilizarlos y que nos ayuden a tener una estabilidad, una vida tranquila y que esos jóvenes puedan ver que sí se puede salir adelante. Yo esa pregunta les hago hoy. Piensen en esos jóvenes, piensen en esas familias que están sufriendo. Pedimos no más del 3% y todas las recomendaciones que hace la Unión de Vecinas. Por favor, Ustedes son jóvenes, tenemos un concilio muy joven y saben lo que es salir adelante. Estos jóvenes no tienen quien los apoye. Depende de ustedes también. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
Gracias. Host, can you please allow Doris in?
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Doris Hernández y la razón que yo vengo es apoyar, por favor, al control de rentas del 3%. Yo recientemente en julio acabo de recibir otra vez un acoso y hostigamiento por parte de mis renteros, ¿verdad? Eh, a pesar de que nosotros habíamos tenido un poquito de tiempo porque estábamos pasando una crisis. Resulta que no respetaron, mi familia estábamos con COVID y ellos me dejaron un voicemail en mi línea. Son las 2:30 de la tarde. Si a las 4 de la tarde estamos aquí en Inglewood dejamos la renta, vamos a proceder contra usted y la vamos a sacar, ¿verdad? Y ustedes pueden ver que ellos no tienen ninguna misericordia. Nosotros arreglamos con ellos y 3 días después pudimos ya entregarles toda su renta, ¿verdad? En ningún momento me habían negado, pero estábamos muy mal, yo estaba con mucha fiebre, no podía manejar, pero a ellos no les interesa eso. 4 días después de esto que les estoy contando, me llegó una carta, ya no fue en reportaje, me llega una carta para decirme que me van a subir un aumento de 10%, ¿verdad? Doy gracias porque gracias a que ustedes votaron, ¿verdad? Y aprobaron la extensión de congelamiento de renta hasta octubre, yo estoy pagando ese 10% ahorita, ¿verdad? Y quiero decirles que también mucho nos ayudaría porque mi familia toda es de bajos recursos y nosotros no podemos pagar esa cantidad. Ya pagamos de 2020 que nosotros recibimos, 2,000 pagamos la renta prácticamente, más todos los que nosotros no tenemos, con el costo de la vida tan caro que tenemos, y somos 6 de familia. Yo les pido que se toquen su corazón y que toquen su conciencia, por favor. Gracias.
Gracias. Host, can you please allow Cassandra Velosin?
Buenas tardes. Como bien lo están escuchando todos ustedes, el estar aquí, se está yendo el audio doble, no sé por qué. No te- Está en mute.
Hello, señora.
Sí.
Sí, puede dejar sus comentarios.
Ok, ya está bien. Como ustedes están viendo, creo que varias organizaciones se están comunicando con ustedes, expertos en la materia, personas, abogados que han estado con tanta gente que ha estado pasando esta situación. Y imagínense, si ellos son los que llevan todos estos casos, son los que se dan cuenta de la situación. Estas organizaciones que se encargan de hacer estadísticas, de sacar todo este conteo y dárselos a ustedes. Creo que por 2 años hemos estado peleando esta causa y no ha sido para beneficio propio, sino de toda la comunidad. Aparte, pues ustedes han hecho un gran esfuerzo también el estar aquí, pero en este tiempo que me queda voy a hablar de una familia promedio, de un esposo que gana $1,000 con overtime por agencia. Él paga $1,800 de renta al mes, incluyendo biles, luz, agua, gas, internet y aseguranza, se le van $500. Váyanlo sumando, por favor. Vamos a ponerle gasolina, que son $400, con lo cara que está. Y vamos a ponerle $1,000 de comida y de cosas que se tienen que comprar en el hogar. Esto suma, le viene quedando libre simplemente como $200 o $300. Díganme ustedes, ¿dónde podemos ahorrar? No se puede ahorrar. El sueño americano se acabó. Ya ni siquiera tenemos la oportunidad de comprar casa. Vamos a vivir toda nuestra caraja vida rentando. Y si no tenemos una estabilización de control de renta, esto se va a venir al carajo. La ciudad de Pomona lo aprobó, varias ciudades. Son ejemplos a seguir. Y tomen en cuenta esos ejemplos. Porque si ustedes lo ponen más del 5%, a ver cómo se van a ver todos ustedes, los del concilio. Porque se está peleando por una buena causa, por la ciudad, por la gente y por cada uno de sus habitantes. Eso es lo que hace.
Gracias, señora, por sus comentarios. Host, can you please allow caller with the phone number ending 8641 in?
Hi, my name is Megan Edner. I am a small landlord in the city. I own just 4 units. And I do sympathize with tenants in the community. I have been a tenant myself. But when I hear tenants asking for 3% and asking for what honestly is something below the rate of inflation, it tells me there's a lack of understanding about the fact that providing housing has cost. Housing simply has cost. And when you cap rents below what the inflation rate is, then the costs start to exceed the income of the building, and it becomes impossible to maintain the building. It becomes, maintenance has to be cut, repairs are sacrificed, and it becomes, a losing equation. It's a mathematics. And, people, family like me, we count on, having some rent from this building to help feed my own family. And I think that we need to put together a fair ordinance that does protect tenants, but at the same time allows landlords to be able to cover their costs. And I will just share that this year we had a flood in one of our buildings. The water was left on. It ran down into the bottom story. It caused over $150,000 in damage. Our insurance company denied this claim. And we are stuck footing this bill. We don't even have the money to make these repairs. And I can tell you that things like this happen all the time, and landlords are stuck. It's our responsibility to make the repairs, but we need to consider this when we just cap rent. Housing has costs. It costs us money to provide this service. It's a service, it's consumed, it needs constant maintenance and attention. And you simply cannot have a sustainable law that cuts our rents to, say, 3% when inflation is much higher. And we've just been through 2.5 years under COVID where we've had lost rents. I have a tenant who's not paying rent. And we're still working hard, working 2 jobs. My husband's working, I'm working 2 jobs just to cover our costs. And it really becomes, we ask ourselves, what are we even doing anymore? Is this even worth it? And I'm a type of landlord that I never charge my tenants late fees, even when they're late. I did not raise the rent during COVID just to give my tenants a break. And now I'm stuck, with my rents below almost my operating costs. So this is something that I support protections, but I support making a fair and sustainable law. We have to consider both sides so that we can make something sustainable and fair for both sides.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Ramona Curiel in? Ramona?
¿Aló, me oyen?
Sí. Ramona, puedes dejar sus comentarios con los concejales. Ramona? Okay, host, we'll come back
Estoy
to
teniendo
Ramona.
problemas. Voy a tratar de conectar otra vez, por favor.
Okay, we can come back to Ramona. I will move on with the next speaker, Edna Sandoval.
Hello, my name is Edna Sandoval. I'm a community organizer at California Latinas for Reproductive Justice, and I organize with La Unión de Vecinas de Bell Garden. I want to give my public comment and my public support for a 3% cap on rent stabilization ordinance and the tenants protection evictions here at Bell Gardens. The ordinance will serve as a protection measure for tenants who have expressed concerns regarding retaliation and harassment. It is urgent to have an ordinance that holds landlord accountable for harassing and threatening tenants. We keep hearing renters complaining about this issue a lot, especially tenants who are already living with the daily disadvantages, like, for example, people who can speak perfect English, people that do not have access to legal resources, low-income families, or people who have undocumented members on their families. But at the same time, there are a central part on the sense of community here in Bell's Garden. We need to protect families from being displaced from the place that they have called home for most of their lives. We need to protect families who are central to the sense of community here in Bell Garden. We cannot continue overseeing the implementation and practices of laws that prevent harassment and retaliation against renters and tenants, that are also giving a sense of fear and prevent them from joining from groups and organizations that can provide them with direct support in their local communities too. It is also urgent that we have an ordinance in place that gives renters stability, security, and prevents the stress of uncertainty and vulnerability that Bell Garden residents have been experiencing. People here in Bell Garden want to live a life where they can afford recreational spaces and not only living on the stress to make it to the end of the month. Please, I urge you all to make a decision that benefits the community and your voters. Implementing a permanent rent stabilization ordinance will have a long-term impact and will benefit the city at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval, for your comments.
Before we move on to the next caller, may we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Let's reconvene at 8:25. We are ready to continue. I just wanted the record to reflect that Councilmember Cortez stepped out of the meeting at approximately 7:50 p.m.
All right, we'll begin with the next speaker. Host, can you please allow Alejandro Sanchez Lopez in?
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Alejandro Sanchez Lopez, and though I don't live in Bell Gardens, I am a renter in LA. And what that means is that I have had to move 6 times over the last 10 years to different parts of LA and other cities, almost always because of a rent increase. So while I might not live there right now, I know that rent stability and housing rights in Bell Gardens indirectly help renters everywhere in LA. And what some landlords, including some that we've heard today, get mad about when they cry about hard rent caps is a cut into their profits, not any real possibility of harm. Unlike local rent controls, inflation is a national issue. Whether you live in Bell Gardens or Beverly Hills or New York City, it's affecting the entire country. Tenants who are at risk of homelessness should not have to bear the local burden of high inflation. Because inflation is a national issue, it can only be dealt with on a national scale. Just today, there was a congressional bill introduced to federally manage price stabilization across housing, food, and other areas. A tenant might lose their ability to feed or house themselves when inflation spikes. A landlord that has to eat the cost of inflation is not at risk of any real harm. If selling their property for millions of dollars, and let's be clear, it is millions of dollars when talking about multifamily properties anywhere in LA County, since single family homes are exempt under Costa-Hawkins from any rent stabilization. If that is the worst case scenario, that is nothing compared to houselessness and food insecurity. Just compare the fears of landlords today versus tenants that have spoken out, and ask yourself if any moral person would consider them even remotely comparable. Please adopt an annual limit of 3% and zero out all cost pass-throughs to tenants. Right now, housing is both a source of profit for owners and shelter for tenants. In a crisis, and we are in a crisis, you must prioritize housing and shelter over profit. Finally, please also motion to direct staff to analyze how many absentee landlords there are in Bell Gardens by geocoding mailing addresses from the county assessor. This only takes a few hours of staff research, and our other cities have already done it. South Central LA, for example, has more landlords with Beverly Hills zip codes than LA zip codes. I wouldn't be surprised if most landlords here also live in affluent areas outside of Bell Gardens. It is your residents that are struggling the most right now, and who you have an obligation to, as a public servant, to protect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Estela Mata in? Estela?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Estela Mata. Yo soy Unión de Vecinas también de Bell Gardens. Yo pido a los concejales que por favor aprueben el control de rentas. Porque los dueños están subiendo las rentas exageradamente y están abusando demasiado de los inquilinos, están subiendo hasta $260, $300 y no están respetando el congelamiento que la ciudad lo puso. Dicen ellos que a ellos no les importa, que porque si no pagan que se pueden ir a otra parte. Y estaba también oyendo que dicen los dueños que ellos pagan agua. Y son puras mentiras. Nosotros pagamos el agua. Si ustedes miraran en donde uno pagaba el agua, más antes en Bell Gardens estaba uno en donde uno podía pagar el agua. Y mucha gente llegábamos a pagar el agua. Los dueños no pagan agua. Ahora los dueños dicen que no tienen dinero para arreglar viviendas. También es mentira porque yo tengo 25 años aquí y el dueño nunca me ha arreglado nada. Así es que no se quejen los dueños que porque está la inflación muy alta y que no tienen dinero para componer sus casas. Al cabo que ni las componen. Entonces, en Bell Gardens somos la mayoría de personas de bajos ingresos y nosotros necesitamos un Bell Gardens sin estrés, que nosotros podamos vivir tranquilos, nuestros hijos que no anden en drogas, que sean hijos de familia, que no estén con el estrés de sus padres. Por eso muchos jóvenes se van a la calle, por el estrés de sus padres que no tienen una estabilidad para darles a ellos, porque las rentas están bien caras. Nosotros trabajamos, pagamos impuestos, no somos gente huevona. Nosotros somos gente lucista.
Gracias
Que
por sus
a
comentarios.
nosotros nos gusta salir adelante.
Gracias, Estela.
Gracias y espero a los concejales que por favor aprueben el control de rentas el 3%, porque más antes también la cartera de huevos costaba 69
Gracias,
centavos.
Estela. Host, can you please allow Unión de Vecinas de Bell Gardens in?
Hi, can everyone hear me? Yes? Sounds good. My name is Marta Pineda. Sorry, my name's differently, but I'm a community organizer at California Latinas for Reproductive Justice. I also organize with the Unión de Vecinas de Bell Gardens. Just want to highlight that for 2 years now, CLRJ Unión de Vecinas have proposed a rent stabilization of 50% CPI with a maximum cap of 3%. For a city with a tenant majority population and a city of 62 low-income residents, the difference between a 3% rent increase and a 5% rent increase is the ability to buy medicine. This is the ability to buy groceries or the ability to buy back-to-school supplies for their children. I have canvassed in Bell Gardens for 2 years now, and many residents' firsthand stories have moved to Bakersfield. They've left the county. They've even moved out of state. I've heard Nevada, I've heard Texas. The rise in rents have displaced families that have lived in Bell Gardens essentially for decades, ripping them of their home and where they were raised. And of all the cities in California with rent control, I want to remind everyone that Bell Gardens has the lowest average income. A meaningful and common sense rent stabilization ordinance requires limiting annual rent increases to once per year to 50% CPI with a ceiling of 3% to accommodate a city with majority of renters, majority Latinos, majority working class immigrants. I'd like to highlight a leading example that happened last week in Pomona. They passed a temporary urgency ordinance, a rent control of 4%, passed with a 5-2 vote. Pomona's average household is 40% greater than that of Bell Gardens. It has a population triple that of Bell Gardens. So why can't Bell Gardens pass something less than 5? Why would Bell Gardens be an exception? What does the City Council of Bell Gardens want to prioritize? Do we want to prioritize business or the lives of people who are one paycheck away from homelessness? The livelihood and well-being of people who live and breathe in this city. I urge the City Council today to make the right choice. You have the opportunity to gain the trust of a community who has lost faith in their legislators. Passing a rent stabilization ordinance with strong protections would dramatically improve the lives of thousands of residents in the city that you represent. And lastly, I want to highlight what are the benefits of keeping people in their homes in Bell Gardens. People would be able to save. People would be able to actually buy a house one day, to send their kids to college, to start a business or even start a new career. So I urge you all to make the right choice. I think we've heard plenty of examples today. And I think this is time to make radical change, to make tangible change that would actually make a difference in the community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Giovanni Humanzor in?
Hello? Hello?
Hi, yes, you can address your comments to the council.
Yes, council members and mayor. My name is Giovanni Umanzor. I'm a resident tenant of Bell Gardens. I've been here for approximately 13, 14 years. You know, just like the person that just spoke right now, you guys heard multiple comments already from both sides of the avenues. I'm struggling. You know, I don't make minimum wage. The company that I'm with, I've been with them 20 years. I'm a person that has always paid my taxes and everything. I never asked for any handouts or anything like that. You know, the whole country's going through this right now. Last year, my rent went up 150. I paid 18. I used to pay 16.95 rent for 4 years prior to the pandemic. Last year, my rent up went $150. They raised my rent up. Right now, I currently pay $18.40. In July 11th and July 5th, they handed us another notice for a rent increase of another $150, basically putting my rent up at $19.95, basically $5, just $5 shy of the $2,000 limit. And yes, you guys heard plenty of stories already. I am struggling. Wherever my savings were, you know, let's say if my savings were at 100%, my savings are down about 15%. And now I ask everybody, and I asked myself this question as well. How does somebody become homeless? Okay, it's me, my wife, and I have 2 kids. I have a 16-year-old and a 5-year-old. And I asked myself, how does somebody become homeless? One, I talked to my wife and I told her, we can't go out. We can't go nowhere. I can't take my son to the park. I live right here, 2 minutes away from Ford Park. I can't afford to take him to the park because if we go, he wants a snow cone. He wants something, and everything's expensive nowadays. Luckily, you know, I've been able to go to the Thursday nights at Veterans Park. I was out there with you guys, you know, during the night out last week as well. I met most of you guys there. It's a struggle, you know. $150 of a rent increase makes a difference on the table, literally on the table, because that's where I'm at. So now I ask myself, right now I'm getting through with my savings. What happens when my savings goes away? Me and my wife, we opted, all right, let's go look for somewhere. Probably like 3 weeks ago, you know, I ran half a city in Bell Gardens, you know, just drove through every street in Bell Gardens, half of the city, okay, to try to look for better rent. There's nothing out there. Then the second day I went through the other half. And then I told my wife, should we go?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much.
Host, can you please allow Itzelis?
Hi, good afternoon or good night at this point. Thank you for having me. My name is Itzel Flores Castillo Wong, and I'm a member of ECR Communities for Environmental Justice. I am calling in today because I want to ask, or I am in favor of tenant protections, and I am asking for to limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and a ceiling of 3%. I have been hearing some landlords today talk about how much they're struggling and how it is only fair that tenants do their part. However, I also ask these landlords, as much as they're asking for fairness, they must also see that tenants are not the ones that they should be going against, but rather even our own government, the city, who we've seen, right, that dedicates so much money to police. Well, why not ask the city, why not ask the government to help with those fees that they're getting from the government? The tenants are not raising or giving them fees. The tenants are not asking them, to pay like those $150,000 in damages. Why not go against those companies if because we know, sorry, and I'm sorry, this just sucks because I feel like they go against the tenants, but the tenants are the ones struggling, as we've already heard from so many testimonies here of people who aren't able to afford their rent. And it is just really unfair because we know that our government, we know that insurance companies have more than plenty of money to be able to support those tenants with those payments. So it really isn't fair for them to think that the tenants are the enemy. All we ask is for equitable access to housing and for safety net so that we can still stay in our homes. I even heard someone mention a landlord at the beginning. Well, then if those people can't pay rent, why don't they ask the government to make everything Section 8 and that way their rent can be cheap? Well, I asked that landlord, but if everything becomes Section 8, then they also lose out on all of the profit, right, that they're supposed to be getting from these tenants. And then they're going to have to go and look for other jobs. So it really isn't fair. All we're asking is for a safety net for us to be able to stay home and to be able to have a home so that we can also help them pay their mortgage. So thank you. And I really hope that you all listen to all the testimonies that have been given today, and that you create a rent board, that you limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI
Thank you
with
for your
floors
comments.
of 0% and a ceiling of 3%. Thank you.
Thank you. Host, can we please allow Sandra in?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi. Well, my name is Sandra, and I'm actually against the proposal that you guys want to do because I think it's unnecessary action at this time. Rents are below average in this area. This will only affect landlords even more when taxes and insurance and expenses at all-time high. The only solution is to build more affordable housing, but doing this will drive out anybody willing to invest in the city. California already has a perfect balance for landlords and tenants. This is unnecessary. We already have rent control in California. What is it? 5% plus whatever CPI. I think it's unnecessary at this time, especially knowing that inflation is already 9.3%, and you want to put a 3% cap. That doesn't even match up. Why focus only on housing? How come you don't tell gas prices? How come you don't tell, those grocery bills, the meat items, the fruit, everything else is expensive? Why only housing? We already have, like I say, if people are low income and they cannot qualify the rents, there is Section 8. And just to make it, COVID-19 happened. Remember when tenants were not paying rents? I have several tenants not paying rent. Yes, there was housingnicekey.com, but that only covered certain tenants. There's some people that I told them, hey, you have a balance, apply for it. And they applied for it, but they didn't even go through the application. Why? Because they make too much money that they're going to be rejected. So, they knew how to play the game. Don't get me wrong. Some people were affected by COVID, and I understand. I had several tenants that work for the restaurant business. They were affected, and I waited. They even paid me 25%, and I was okay with that. They applied with Hosting Next Key, and they're up to date right now, which is good. But always remember, there's some people that abuse from it, and they know how to play the game. And just remember, we have an inflation of 9.3%, where 3% doesn't even match up. So I'm not saying to you know, have it at 9.3, you know, the max on raising the rents. But the other proposal that you guys are doing like 8%, that balances very well. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow caller with phone number ending 3875 in? Caller with phone number ending 3875, it's your, you can go ahead and address the council. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. If you want to stay online, we can go ahead and try back again in a few minutes. Host, can we allow Myra Rodriguez in?
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Mayra Rodríguez. Pues yo también vivo aquí en la ciudad de Belgarden y estoy de acuerdo con todos que apoyen el 3% de control de renta, porque también es muy difícil para las madres solteras que tienen hijos, tienen hasta 2 trabajos y pues a veces no pueden atender a sus hijos por ir a trabajar y pagar de renta. Y sí me gustaría que hagan conciencia de todo esto, porque no nada más se trata de un matrimonio, de una familia, también hay mujeres que tienen hijos, están sacando hijos adelante y pues, tienen que pagar su renta y a veces hasta no comen lo que deberían de comer. Y por causa de eso vienen enfermedades, viene la obesidad, porque no están comiendo lo que deben de comer. Y yo le doy gracias a todos los concejales que están aquí presentes para podernos escuchar, para poder llevar a cabo este meeting. Gracias por asistir, gracias por escucharnos y me gustaría que hagan justicia y que todos los dueños no lo tomen a pecho. Yo sé que también ellos quieren ganar dinero, como la dueña que habló al principio, que dice que ella tiene que pagar $12,000 de impuestos, pero ella no dijo cuánto les cobra de renta, o si son departamentos, o es una casa, y cuántos inquilinos tiene, cuántas propiedades tiene, no dijo, ¿verdad? Nada más dijo lo que paga. Y pues en realidad también hay que pagar nosotros. Nosotros como inquilinos también pagamos renta. No les estamos pidiendo que nos regalen, no les estamos pidiendo que nos fíen, pero sí que tengan consideración y que hagan lo justo, que cuando uno le pide las reparaciones, que la reparen, porque aquí vivimos y nosotros cuidamos la propiedad y no nos gustaría que la propiedad se decaiga, ¿verdad? Sí, se va a ver fea la casa y ellos eso no dicen. Ellos piensan que están repare y repare las propiedades mes a mes y no es cierto. Hay veces que las propiedades no se reparen. Yo aquí en Belgardens tengo más de 25 años viviendo y en la propiedad tengo 15 años viviendo y apenas van 2 veces que he pedido que me repare y eso nada más porque hay un goteo de agua. O sea que no ha tenido que hacer reparaciones a gran escala. Pues sí les digo que tomen en consideración eso y yo apoyo el 3%. Gracias por permitirme entrar. Dios los bendiga y les dé esa sabiduría que necesitan para tomar una decisión. Buenas noches.
Gracias. Host, can you please allow caller ending, phone number ending 3875 in? All right, host, we'll go ahead and try again later. Can we go ahead and allow Heidi in?
Hi. Hi, I'm Haiti. I'm a resident of Bell Gardens. I am in support of rent stabilization and tenant eviction protection in Bell Gardens. I am requesting that council moves forward with a 3% cap max that includes the CPI and a once a year rent increase and support implementing a rent board. I also urge to adopt a permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions and provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted on no-fault grounds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, host, can we allow Jonathan?
Hi. Hi, this is Janet. I currently live in South LA, but my family lives in Bell Gardens. My family has gone through evictions 3 to 4 times growing up, so I just want to speak on how that changes family dynamics a lot. We are an immigrant working class family, and I have no immediate family in the United States, so the emotional stress and the financial stress, it changes the family dynamic. So I just really want to reiterate how much support this will allow the council to provide for us, for people who are struggling. I also think that it's really interesting to hear these conversations happening in these comments. So if a landlord can't afford to provide services for us or rely on our income, then it just, maybe you shouldn't be a landlord. It doesn't seem like from the times that we've experienced evictions, none of our landlords were doing anything about providing safe housing for us. It was more about trying to make more money off of us. So yeah, I'm just calling in support of the 3% cap. And yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Yamson?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can hear you.
Oh, okay. Cool. So yeah, so I was a lot more respectable when this started at 6 p.m. But if you have to forgive me, I'm a little annoyed because y'all move the agenda items around. And while this is a part of your little job, for me coming on here to advocate for basic human rights, which is equitable housing, this is a part of my job. And so frankly, it's a waste of time, but I'm not here to waste y'all's time. So I just ask that y'all limit the annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0, ceiling of 3, what we've been saying. Really adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance, provide relocation assistance, and create a rent board. There was a landlord who came on and said that people advocating for equitable housing is a misunderstanding on our part, and y'all really have to be joking right now. Maybe it's a misunderstanding on your part. We're talking about 3% annual cap each year. What do y'all want? 8%? Landlords are saying gas is expensive, food is expensive. Yeah, exactly. It's expensive for everyone. And there's a higher burden in terms of the percentage of a person's budget on renters. I went to LAUSD school, okay? Like LAUSD did not teach us good math, and I'm doing the basic math and I'm like, that is way too high for renters to pay. And 8% cap, that's why somebody even mentioned that in the first place. Really, we're hoping that y'all are on the side of the people, and this is what we're asking. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you allow Jessica Pierto in?
Hi, my name is Jessica Prieto. I'm a member of Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice. So I can go for an hour sharing more stories, sharing facts, numbers, all that stuff. I've been doing it. That's what I was doing for the past 3 years with Bell Gardens and multiple other Southeast LA cities. And again, electeds continue to not listen, continue to ignore our demands. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to spend an hour doing that like y'all have been making us wait for 2 hours to share our comments because you already know that this is necessary. You already know what terrible stuff tenants are going through. You already know that the ordinance as written is already going to have the language necessary to protect landlords so that they can save whatever profit so they can continue to make profit, right? Because that's what they want to continue to do. And don't worry, you're going to keep getting your donation money from the landlords and the real estate lobby. That's not going to be compromised by you passing rent control bills, just like it wasn't compromised for all the other elected officials who passed rent control all across LA County. So what I am going to say in the next couple, I don't know, 1 or 2 minutes that I have is that tenants are overwhelmed with not just inflation, gas prices, and healthcare costs, but a tidal wave of evictions, a tidal wave that you can help curb if you listen to community. I'm not talking about landlords. They have enough of a say within the council, again, through the donations that they give you. I'm talking about tenants who have lived in BG just as long as anyone, who've contributed just as much as anyone, and yet they're not given the same care, the same protections, the same level of assistance that others receive. Instead, they get the short end of the stick. So I urge you to pass a 3% cap, learn from cities like Inglewood, which made the mistake of quote unquote compromising to landlords. Again, that was not a compromise. That was siding fully with them and the California Apartment Association, which spends billions across the state hurting tenants. And they implemented a 5% cap. And that was not enough because a lot of Inglewood tenants, because of that 5% cap, they were still impacted. So you need to listen from their mistakes and you need to pass the 3% cap. You need a strong rent control ordinance. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of tenants fall through the cracks. BG is majority vulnerable tenants. Those are your constituents. That's the majority. That's what makes BG so different from other cities in the county. It makes the situation way more precarious for BG. And yet you are choosing to pass an arbitrary percentage instead of listening to not just community, but experts, lawyers, organizations, and other cities that have successful rent stabilization. You're ignoring them when they demand 3%. And why? Because you choose to side with landlords and the real estate lobby. Landlords who have a cap on property taxes every year. Landlords don't have to worry about a 5% increase in their mortgage payments every year. If they did, they'd be up in arms here, but they're not because they don't get the 5% increase every year. Tenants do. They get 10% and inflation, and you can stop that. And you're choosing not to because you want to compromise. Tenants shouldn't have to compromise, okay? 3% is what they demand. That's literally the bare minimum.
Thank you, Jessica, for your comments. Host, can you please allow Brenda in?
Okay, hello, my name is Brenda. I'm an 18-year-old community member. I want to express my support for the rent stabilization ordinance. We want a 3% cap on rent increases, just cause evictions, relocation assistance for no-fault evictions, and a rent board to settle housing injustices. I would like to continue contributing back to my community, but I can't do that if me and my family can't afford to live here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Brenda in? Oh, I'm sorry, Ramona Curiel. Ramona, are you there? Okay, we'll try again in a few
Can
minutes.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sí, soy Ramona Curiel. Tengo 30 años aquí viviendo en Bell Gardens. Disculpen, he tenido problemas con el audio, pero ya. Y yo hablo hoy como una residente que ha vivido por un desalojo totalmente inhumano. Y también por un aumento de renta que estaba encima de lo ilegal. A todos los miembros del concilio, ¿a quién quieres proteger? ¿A las personas que viven en la ciudad? ¿A la gente que vota por ustedes? ¿A la salud mental y física de personas que duermen y amanecen en Bell Gardens? o a la gente que no vive aquí, a personas que no tienen que preocuparse si tienen dinero para la comida, para la medicina, para las placas del carro, para reparaciones mecánicas, para el smoke check, para reponer catalizadores robados de nuestros carros, no uno, dos. Tenemos gente en contra del control de renta. Mejor les pido que tomen en mente, en consideración, ellos no viven aquí, ellos no están cerca de perder su vivienda, de separarse de sus hijos, como la situación que yo estuve muy a punto de vivir. Ellos no tienen que moverse del condado o estado. Yo y tanta gente en favor de un control de rentas con máximo de 3%, para ser más exacta, el 79% de la ciudad de Bell Gardens. Estamos aquí porque hay una crisis de vivienda y no va a parar pronto. Un control de renta de 8% es una falta de respeto a los inquilinos que ya estamos viviendo por esto. Un 8% y un 5% no hará una gran diferencia, como un 3%. Les pido consideración por el bienestar de la comunidad, quienes votan por ustedes, quien van a votar pronto por ustedes, quienes están sufriendo ahorita. No queremos un 8 ni un 5%, queremos un cambio grande y justo, válido, con un máximo de 3%. Queremos confiar en nuestro consejo por primera vez. Queremos hacer historia de vivir en una comunidad justa. Finalmente poder vivir, no sufrir. Nosotros no estamos pidiendo, no estamos exigiendo que pare el aumento de renta. No vivimos gratis. Nosotros pagamos renta. Nosotros pagamos también taxes. Nosotros pagamos el mortgage del dueño. Pagamos los taxes del dueño. La primera dueña está muy equivocada. Nosotros no vivimos gratis, al contrario.
Gracias, Romana.
Ellos viven de nosotros.
Host, can you please allow Maria Martinez in? Maria, are you there? Maria? Okay, we can try back.
¿No? Aquí
Oh,
estoy.
yes. Okay.
Hola, buenas noches. Muchas gracias por escucharnos. Primeramente, yo apoyo el control de rentas y pues les agradezco a todos y cada uno de ustedes que están tomando su tiempo. Yo soy madre soltera y sí necesito realmente su apoyo para esta ley. Me es muy difícil pagar renta, pagar gasolina, pagar aseguranza, pagar teléfono, tantas cosas y todavía subiéndonos. Este año, aunque no era legal que nos subieran la renta, nos subieron la renta 10%, el 9.99% nos lo subieron. ¿Y qué vamos a hacer? No podíamos hacer nada porque pagarla solamente, porque si no empiezan a desalojarlo a uno o a ponerle o a dañarle el crédito. No tiene uno otra autorización más que pagar. El año pasado también del COVID nos subieron la renta y yo creo que sí necesitamos ser escuchados y necesitamos su ayuda. Como dicen, ¿verdad? Pues yo trabajé en una compañía de real estate con una persona que tenía casas y las ganancias son muy buenas. Sí hay gastos, pero también hay muchas ganancias, como dice la otra persona. Tienen que decir cuánto ganan y cuánto pierden, porque en realidad nadie dice gano 20,000, 30,000 dólares al año y estoy invirtiendo 5,000. Por favor, les pido que pasen esta ley y pues es todo ya. Yo creo que hablamos mucho todos y solo sí doy mi apoyo para este control de rentas. Y gracias a cada uno que está apoyando esta ley. Gracias.
Gracias. Host, can you please allow Andrea Luna in? Andrea, are you there? Andrea? Hi, Andrea. You can leave your comments with the council.
Oh, hello?
Hi,
Hello?
yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, it's been very frustrating. I've been trying to unmute myself for a good while. But hi, everyone. My name is Andrea. I'm a resident of Bell, but I also have family and friends that live in BG. But most importantly, I'm a resident of Southeast LA. And I'm here tonight to reiterate what everybody else has said. And I ask that you all prioritize community members who are vulnerable to displacement. And first, well, I hope you adopt to limit annual rent increases to 3%. And I say this because personally, my sister who lives in Southeast LA, in the past year has received 4 rent increases. And now she's being forced to live, to go look for other places. And I don't want my sister living out of Sela. She's really important to me and my family. But this is the reality that most people have to experience. And so, second, I think it's important that you all develop a rent board who would enforce this ordinance. And I think it's important to acknowledge that we're still in the middle of a pandemic. It doesn't matter that that the way the world is acting is like we're not living in a pandemic. People are literally dying still. And you all are trying. I think it's important to realize that housing is a human right. And I hope you council members prioritize not only the safety, the health, but the community in BG. And it's really important if you do, because you set the example for the rest of Southeast LA cities by acknowledging that housing is a human right. Folks deserve to live in communities where their families have established themselves and have built community without stressing whether or not they're going to be evicted. So I just hope leaving tonight that you remember them before you go to sleep, when you wake up tomorrow, that you think of them when you're in your bed, comfortable, sleeping. So I'm just going to leave it as is, but I just hope that you prioritize rent stabilization for the community members who voted for you, and that you set the example for the rest of Acela communities. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for your comments. Host, can you please allow Jasmine in?
Hi, my name is Jasmine Gonzalez, and I'm calling in to express support for a 3% rent cap and tenant eviction protections. I think that the options presented in the presentation are weak and not good options for Bell Gardens renters. As you all mentioned before, 58% of renters in Bell Gardens are already rent burdened and are experiencing large rent increases even with the current rent freeze, as you all are unable to enforce current law. The city of Pomona just passed a 4% rent cap, and they have a much higher median household income than Bell Gardens renters. I think that Bell Gardens can and should do better and implement a 3% rent cap. Consider the fact that when adjusted for inflation, wages have actually gone down. Also, many tenants in Bell Gardens live on a fixed income, and even a 5% rent increase makes all the difference between having a home or not. Many of the stories I hear coming out of Bell Gardens are that tenants are in abusive relationships with landlords and have to deal. And they have to deal because there's literally nowhere affordable to go to, right? And this is not okay. This should not be happening in our communities. And all of these stories are not unique right? Like every phone call I get is like the same story. It starts out with a rent increase, there's harassment, there's always habitability issues. And so I think that the city needs to also create a rent board to address all that's happening. You council members have a responsibility to your community. Over 77% are renters. And y'all should have been passed a rent control. And so, yeah, I urge you to implement a 3% cap, and come through for your community, right? Community is asking you for this. So I think that y'all have a responsibility to come through, because voters won't forget this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Host, can you please allow Rodolfo in?
Hello, good evening, council members. So my name is Rodolfo Cortez. I'm calling in solidarity from Downey Tenants Union. So I think it's really remarkable and wonderful that in Bell Gardens, things are coming to, at least to this point, and hopefully we can have a good outcome here, favorable outcome. That will be the first step toward having, real rent control and rent stabilization in the region. We need this throughout Southeast LA. We have tried to get this passed at Downey multiple times. It has always failed because, just as the other callers say, there's council members that are bought off by the real estate industry and are themselves landlords. Like even just here, I thank the 3 council members who are here, but where are the other 2? This is unacceptable that for such an important item, we don't have full representation. But again, it's a good thing that we've gotten at least to this point, so let's keep going. So I want to address some of the points that have been brought up by some of the landlords. So they're saying that we already have rent control in California. That's not true. What we have is a cap on extreme rent increases. So like the famous 10% figure that keeps coming up. The reality is that very few landlords were charging that much, and in fact, the California Apartment Association wanted that figure, pushed that law, because they knew that it was unlikely that landlords would actually be going that far. Because landlords know that's just completely unrealistic for the vast majority. So they needed to go to the 8% that now we're talking about. So no, we do not have rent control in California. Do not accept that lie. We don't really have it, but we need it. Another point that landlords brought up is that building more housing is the solution. That's false. Study after study has shown that to be false, because guess what? They really only want to focus on affordable housing for the vast majority of the community. Then they also bring in a third point about inflation. They say that everyone's a victim of inflation. No. Everyone needs to understand that inflation is just greed, and it's greed that is orchestrated really by the greediest people. So inflation, greed, starts at the top and then spreads. So it starts at places like Chevron and Walmart and places like the property management companies inside of Bell Gardens. So then it moves to places like Macy's or the corner store, and then all the way down to the ice cream vendor. And then we have horrible situations like there was a father who spoke up about not being able to buy his child an ice cream cone. That's outrageous. That should not be happening in our society. So this measure, this 3%, it's a good step in the right direction. We're going to need actually a lot less than that. Really, we should be coming to a discussion once we establish this rent control, rent stabilization. We really need rent reduction because the federal government.
Thank you, Rodolfo, for your
We need
comments.
rent reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, host, we'll go with the last speaker. If you can please allow a caller with a phone number ending 3875 in. Caller, if you're there, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
I already made a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, looks like there are no more public speakers. We'll now move on to the written comments.
Let's take a 15-minute recess and reconvene at 9:35 to allow our translator to take her break.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And the first payment is September 1st. Hopefully they respond. Oh, that's next month. Oof. Today we leave. Guess I start packing it. Well, we got a couple of weeks.
Okay. So did somebody raise their hand while we were shutting down? It's still on?
Everybody's mic's on. We are back and we'll continue the meeting at 9:40 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we recess, it looks like we have another caller that is wishing to speak. Host, can you please allow caller 0 with the phone number ending 0372 in? Caller with the phone number ending 0372, you can unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. I had a comment in regards to the rent stabilization order that you guys are gonna. I just had the cutoff when you guys were closing public comment.
No problem. You can address the council now.
I just wanted to go ahead and give my support to the other individuals who spoke in regards to passing this ordinance for the city, because a lot of people need to have this as a security measure for their own safety. Without a house, where else can people go? Without a home, without a home, where else can people go to live? I know cities don't want to have people on the streets, but I've noticed within the last couple of years, homelessness has been on the rise. And yes, some of it is due to people with mental issues, but there are a lot of families that have faced homelessness because they've lost their homes. They've lost their places of where they lived for very long periods of time, for many generations, actually. I just wanted to reiterate what some people have said in the call tonight, and that is that landlords aren't going to be hurt because they will have sufficient. I mean, there's ways for them to absorb having a lower rent increase or the rent increases on renters, and they have tax subsidies, and there's ways for them to go ahead and pay less. I understand that one of the landlords was brought up the issue about paying $13,000 worth of taxes, but someone else also mentioned how many properties does this owner own in order to have liability of $13,000? From my understanding and from what I've been able to gather from looking at property owners' tax liabilities, and this is all public record, normally for one particular unit, you won't have tax liabilities of $13,000 if you're just a small-time business owner. If you're a large corporation, yes, you're going to have more taxes levied upon you because of the units that you have. So the rent cap for the 8% and all that, if I may say, the best thing to have is to have something where it's 3 or below, because unfortunately, there's nothing that is being given to the residents as renters as an added increase, as an added benefit for the rent increases that they're receiving. Their property isn't getting newer. They're not getting anything that's different than what they're already receiving. So if anything, they're just paying extra because landowners, landlords are able to push it to that extreme. If it were able to reach 20%, believe me, the majority of landlords would go ahead and raise it to
Thank you for your comments.
Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, Mayor and council members, we're going to go ahead and start with the comments that were received for today's item, for this item. The first comment that was received is from Pallavi Dashi. Hello, it was very hard to keep and maintain 3 units as I have on Liddell Street in Bell Gardens. They are older buildings, need tons of repairs and maintenance, and to provide the housing for 3 large families, everyone works. By restricting the rent increases and governing laws, it makes even harder to maintain and be a good housing provider. Decrease the property value, even in future to sell will be lower price and hence lower property tax for the city. Carlos Perez. My name is Carlos and I am a landlord. I oppose it to any rent control as we already have a state rent control. A city rent control will deter us from making up repairs in order to have return on investments. I retired and this is my only income. Yolanda Gomez. Hello, good afternoon to the Bell Gardens community. We will continue with the battle of rent control, no more than 3% years. Unlike eviction, since it's not like being owners, they give them the right to evict all of their tenants without good reason and bring new ones. Hello, this is from Yolanda as well. Yolanda Gomez. Hello, I have lived in Bell Gardens for a long time and I support the 3% rent increase at the Union Point of Neighborhood United from the Bell Gardens. This is Oscar Alfaro. I'm a realtor and owner of 6510 Ajax Bell Gardens, and I oppose a rent control. And Renderman. The COVID ban on raising rents. Inflation has gone up and yet we can raise our rent. And with rent control, our rents are way below market as it is. And I can't stop fixing the apartment when my tenants call. The plumber has gone up from $65 an hour to $130. Parts for everything are hugely up and our appliances. So the ban is contributing to the people living in apartments that are not up to the par because landlords cannot afford to replace appliances, etc. And this adds to the reason that most people can't afford to live in Los Angeles, because in order to make up the huge deficit where the landlord has an empty rental, we have to ask for twice as much for it as before. So this is all contributing to the huge inflation in the rental market. This is why you need to stop protecting COVID hardship fraud. The answer is accountability. If an audit of each case of COVID hardship was performed, justice would be served. I'm against the current protections and how they hurt tenants. Eviction ban encourages non-payments of rent and more debt for residents. We need to stop settling tenants up for financial hardship. Bans are unfair to those residents who have worked hard to pay their rent. They continue to pay their rent while watching their non-paying neighbors come home from the vacation with a new BMW. Unfair. Providing housing is a business. They are destroying these small businesses, which in turn weakens the community and part of it. Opportunity zone were created based on the premises and healthy businesses contributed to healthy communities. We need to stop weakening LA communities. Eviction bans and rent freezes reduce stability of rental units. Any honest economics of rent control case study states nothing other than the facts that rent control doesn't accomplish its goal. Self-certification is unconstitutional and the city council is asking for class action lawsuit. We have to rethink what is the next election is coming up for and has done something about its horrendous problem in our city. Edna Monroy. Hello, City Bell Gardens. We need the City of Bell Gardens to pass permanent and strong rental stabilization ordinance to keep tenants housed and protected from displacement, outrageous rent increases, and evictions. Bell Gardens must limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and ceiling of 3%. Bell Gardens has the lowest household median income of all the other California cities with rent control ordinances. To create meaningful changes, rent increases must be capped at rates lower than most of other California cities. Bell Gardens must adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions. This means that it must provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted no-fault grounds and must create a rent board. A rent board would enforce the ordinance, announce annual allowable rent increases, would arbitrate tenant landlords issues, create a rental registry, and create a protective code enforcement program to address habitability issues that include regular inspections. With many cities across the state of California experiencing some of the worst housing crises in years, it is imperative to take action and pass permanent tenant protection to keep tenants housed, stop the spread of COVID-19, and end displacement of entire community, some of the most vulnerable that need urgent support. Pass a strong permanent rent stabilization ordinance in the City of Bell Gardens. The next one is from Sonia Sharish. We need the City of Bell Gardens to pass a permanent rent stabilization ordinance to keep tenants housed and protect from displacement, outrageous rent increases, and evictions. Bell Gardens must limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and a ceiling of 3%. Bell Gardens has the lowest household median income of all other California cities with a rent control ordinance. To create meaningful changes, a rent increase must be capped at rates lower than most other California cities. Additionally, Bell Gardens must adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions. This means that it must provide a relocation assistance to tenants evicted at no-fault grounds and must create a rent board. A rent board would enforce the ordinance, announce annual allowable rent increases, would attribute tenant landlord issues, create a rental registry, and create protective code enforcement programs to address habitability issues that include regular inspections. With many cities across the state of California experiencing some of the worst housing crises in years, it is imperative to take action and pass permanent tenant protections to keep tenants housed, stop the spread of COVID-19, and end displacement of entire communities, some of the most vulnerable that need urgent support. Pass a strong permanent rent stabilization ordinance in the City of Bell Gardens. The next written comments are from Jay Delaware. Good afternoon, Ms. Pulido and Mr. Romo, and to all who have read this email. I am a landlord in the City of Bell Gardens and would like to you and everyone in the city to please do not support rent control. Rent freeze lowers the value of properties, decreasing the city's property tax revenue over time. Inflation impacts everyone. The cost of doing business has gone up. An item before in Home Depot cost $1 now is 3 to 4 times higher. This is every section of all material supply stores. Rent control has been proven to lower the number of affordable units. Providing housing as a business, you will destroy the small businesses in which is turned weakens the community that are a part of. Opportunity zones were created based on the premises that healthy businesses contribute to healthy communities. I personally have LACDA housing and non-housing tenants in the Bell Gardens and will always work with our tenants for the next increase. Then that has helped us to keep all tenants in the same units without being vacant or eviction. In Bell Gardens, most of our tenants have been living in our units for 10 years to 20 years in the same unit. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Thank you for all of your time and keep landlords, businesses, owners in the city of Bell Gardens in mind for your next decision.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just want to mention that I keep getting a message about Diaz Noel, that his last numbers are 0726, and that he had been waiting and is still waiting. Just in case if he shows up on there and he's still able to speak, would appreciate that.
Councilmember Arcena, what was the name of that individual?
The name is Noel
Okay.
Diaz, and the last numbers are 0726.
Okay, I do see a hand raised. Do you want me to go ahead, Mayor? And
Yes, please. Thank you.
okay, host, can you please allow Noe Cortez on?
¿Me escuchan? ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí. Bueno, miren, primeramente queremos agradecer la atención que están dando a este asunto. Yo soy dueño de una propiedad, ya tengo cerca de 9 años con ellas. Quiero decirles que es verdad que la inflación a todos nos está afectando, pero yo soy de una familia que emigró, yo soy de una familia que trabajó duro, yo soy de una familia que también tuvimos que pasar los asuntos de los problemas de la renta. Y no podemos abusar, no podemos estar sacando el máximo de provecho económico sobre esas familias. Yo estoy a favor de un control de renta. A la vez, estoy a favor que también se haya creado un rent board para que nosotros como dueños, si tenemos alguna queja, si necesitamos la ayuda, el apoyo de aquellos personas que nos rentan, que abusen de la confianza, puedan también ayudarnos a nosotros. Así es que estoy a favor de que haya un control. Y sobre las otras personas que están mencionando de que las propiedades pierden valor, no lo pierden. Yo les digo esto porque nuestro pago de casa, nuestro mortgage payment, no aumenta año tras año. Ese se mantiene estable. Yo sigo manteniéndolo. Yo trato de mantener una buena relación con mis inquilinos de tal forma que ellos cuiden mi propiedad y yo no tenga que invertir tanto dinero en las reparaciones. Si yo cuido de ellos, ellos cuidan de mi propiedad también. Así es que estoy a favor de un 3%. Gracias.
Gracias. Mayor and council members, the next speaker is from Maria Gutierrez. Hello, City of Bell Gardens. We need the City of Bell Gardens to pass a permanent and strong rent stabilization ordinance to keep tenants housed and protect from displacement, outrageous rent increases, and eviction. Bell Gardens must limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and a ceiling of 3%. Bell Gardens has the lowest household medium income of all other cities, California cities, with a rent control ordinance. To create meaningful changes, rent increase must be capped at a rate lower than the most other California cities. Bell Gardens must adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions. This means that it must provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted on a no-fault grounds and must create a rent board. A rent board would enforce the ordinance, announce annual allowable rent increases, would attribute tenant-landlord issues, create a rental registry, and create a proactive code enforcement program to address habitability issues that include regular inspections. With many cities across the state of California experiencing some of the worst housing crises in the years, it is imperative to take action and pass permanent tenant protections to keep tenants housed, stop the spread of COVID, and end displacement of entire communities, some of the most vulnerable that need urgent support. Passed a strong permanent rent stabilization ordinance in the City of Bell Gardens. The next written comment is from Galifa Lopez. Hello, City of Bell Gardens. We need the City of Bell Gardens to pass a permanent and strong rent stabilization ordinance to keep tenants housed and protected from displacement, outrageous rent increases, and evictions. Homelessness is already an issue in the city, and the amount of homeless people in the stress will continue to increase if there is no protection put in place. Bell Gardens must limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and a ceiling of 3%. Bell Gardens has the lowest household medium income of all of the other California cities with rent control ordinance. To create meaningful change, rent increase must be capped at rates lower than most other California cities. Bell Gardens must adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions. This means that it must provide relocation assistance to rent tenants evicted on no-fault grounds and must create a rent board. A rent board would enforce the ordinance, announce allowable rent increases, would retribute tenant landlord issues, create a rental registry, and create a proactive code enforcement program to address habitability issues that include regular inspections. With many cities across the state of California experiencing some of the worst housing crisis in years, it is imperative to take action and pass permanent tenant protections to keep tenants housed, stop the spread of COVID-19, and end displacement of entire communities, some of the most vulnerable and that need urgent support. Pass strong permanent rent stabilization ordinance in the city of Bell Gardens. The next comment is from Joshua Hernandez. My name is Joshua Hernandez. I live in the city of Bell Gardens, and I hope that the city approves the 3% max for rent control because I am the only one who contributes money to the house, and rent is very expensive. I pay more than $1,700 for a bedroom, and it continues raising every year that they are going to displace us. The next reading comments from Alondra Gonzalez. I am a student from immigrant parents who is going to be a college life this August. My parents are supporting me by helping me with my finances from school. It is going to be hard for them to be and still manage to pay the high rent. This is a reason why you should approve this percentage of rent control because it will catch up not only to them, but to all those who are on the same. The next written comments from Thelma Suarez. I am Thelma Suarez. I live in the city of Bell Gardens for 20 years and I want them to pass rent control at 3%. The rent is being raised up to twice a year and we cannot be choosing between the rent or our well-being for the family in basic needs. Thanks. The next written comments from Daniel Ugelson. And this is from the Apartments Association of Greater Los Angeles. Where we are completely opposed of your proposed rent control ordinance, I want to point out areas I feel is in need of a minor clarification. Under capital improvements passed through, the language provided that owners may pass through up to 50%. The language up to 50% gives the city discretion to allow for a lower pass-through amount. I think the council's intention is to allow for 50% pass-through subject only to limitations in the later paragraph that doesn't allow more than 5% of current rent to be passed through. I would like to see that language clarified to reflect this silent nuisance. While perhaps helpful in a short run, going down this path will have severe consequences for housing production, quality, and availability in your city. An ordinance like this will ultimately cost millions of dollars to enforce and administer, as had been the case in other cities that have done this. While owners will suffer financially and ultimately leave the business because of its studies have shown rent control has adverse consequences for renters who are less likely to give up their below market rental units to purchase property on their own, to take a better job opportunity out of the area, and to stay in the place long after the utility of their property has ended, such as when a previous married parent with a children in 3 bedrooms apartment remained long after their divorce and children have moved out, leaving no room for the next family in need of housing to live in Bell Gardens. Sadly, this is just a retrend solution, and it is a shame of our elected officials cannot seem to come up with a workable, more thoughtful solution than undertaking short-term gain for what will inevitably become a long-term housing disaster. You just need to look to decade-old rent control cities like Los Angeles and San Francisco. They're lacking of housing, largest homelessness population, growing crime rates, and skyrocketing rents. Thank you for your consideration of my comments.
I can read the next one so you can take a break.
Okay.
Honorable City of Bell Gardens elected officials, we need the City of Bell Gardens to pass a permanent and strong rent stabilization ordinance to keep tenants housed and protected from displacement, outrageous rent increases, and evictions. Bell Gardens must limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and a ceiling of 3%. Bell Gardens has the lowest household median income of all other California cities with rent control ordinances. To create meaningful change, rent increases must be capped at rates lower than other California cities. Bell Gardens must adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions. This means that it must provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted on no-fault grounds and must create a rent board. A rent board would not enforce the a rent board would enforce the ordinance, announce annual allowable rent increases, would arbitrate tenant landlord issues, create rental registry, and create a proactive code enforcement program to address habitability issues that increases regular inspections. With many cities across the state of California experiencing some of the worst housing crises in years, it is imperative to take action and pass permanent tenant protections to keep tenants housed, stop the spread of COVID-19, and end the displacement of entire communities, some of the most vulnerable that need the urgent support. Pass a strong permanent rent stabilization ordinance in the city of Bell Gardens. May you have the wisdom to understand and encourage to walk next to the people who elected you in these trying times. Sincerely, Sylvia Marroquin. The next comment comes from Cassandra Veloz. My name is, oh, never mind. From Angel Gutierrez. My name is Angel Gutierrez. I have lived in Bell Gardens for 15 years. I want the city to pass rent control and that it can be no more than 3%. I am a single father. I pay an expensive rent of $1,800 a month. I only have a job and cannot work anymore for being aware of my children who are limited in basic things because it is not only the rent, but also bills, but insurance and many other things take into account for families because it is difficult to pay more each year and not be able to complete for the 10 issues of 3 children. Next one comes in from Carrie Ramirez. Hello, City of Bell Gardens. We need the City of Bell Gardens to pass a permanent and strong rent stabilization ordinance to keep tenants housed and protected from displacement, outrageous rent increases, and evictions. Bell Gardens must limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with a floor of 0% and a ceiling of 3%. Bell Gardens has the lowest household median income of all other California cities with rent control ordinances. To create meaningful change, rent increases must be capped at rates lower than most other California cities. Bell Gardens must adopt a strong and permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit allowable no-fault evictions. This means that it must provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted on no-fault grounds and must create a rent board. A rent board would enforce the ordinance, announce that annual allowable rent increases, would arbitrate tenant landlord increases, create a rental registry, and create a protective code enforcement program to address habitability issues that includes regular inspections. With many cities across the state of California experiencing some of the worst housing crisis in years, it is imperative to take action and pass permanent tenant protections to keep tenants housed, stop the spread of COVID-19, and end displacement in entire communities. Some of the most vulnerable need urgent support. Pass a strong permanent rent stabilization ordinance in the city of Bell Gardens. Thank you, Carrie Ramirez. Next one comes in from Alfonso Santiago Peñalosa. Only 3%, not mad. Elizabeth Hamilton. Dear Council, we need the City of Bell Gardens to pass a permanent and strong rent stabilization ordinance to keep tenants housed and protected from displacement, outrageous rent increases, and evictions. Bell Gardens must limit annual rent increases to 50% CPI with the floor 0% and a ceiling of 3%. Bell Gardens has the lowest household median income in all other California cities with rent control ordinances. To create meaningful change, rent increases must be capped at lower rates than most other California cities. Bell Gardens must adopt a strong permanent just cause eviction ordinance to limit the allowable no-fault evictions. This means that it must provide relocation assistance to tenants evicted at no-fault grounds and must create a rent board. A rent board would enforce the ordinance, announce annual allowable rent increases, would arbitrate tenant-landlord issues, create a rental registry, and create a proactive code enforcement program to address habitability issues that includes regular inspections. With many cities across the city of California experiencing some of the worst housing crises in the years, it is imperative to take action and pass permanent tenant protections to keep tenants housed, stop the spread of COVID-19, and end displacement of entire communities. Some of the most vulnerable that need urgent support. Pass a strong permanent rent stabilization ordinance in the city of Bell Gardens. Sincerely, Elizabeth Hamilton. Maria Esparza. I support the Bell Gardens Rent Control Council and thank you for helping us. I am Maria Esparza, support the Bell Gardens Council for rent control that AMI means up to 200 per year, and it is very true. As a resident of the city of Bell Gardens, I joined the community of neighbors united by rent control plan in our city. It is very urgent that our demands be heard since the indiscriminate increase in rent is causing us many problems in our daily lives. We cannot continue allowing our rent to be raised every time the owner wants it. It is not fair and many people cannot afford to pay. And if they do pay, then it is not enough for the basic needs of our children and ourselves. For please, you have the power to make a change. For our families, we demanded for a better future. Thank you very much. Attention, Bessie Carolina Celaya Blanco. Basilio Roman, no more than 3% rent increase. Rina Castellon, I want to make a call to those who are in the lead of this community in the city of Bell Gardens. I'm with those what we were, what we are, and that we will be the ignored and run over minority by the absurd in a society full of ignorance under the worst circumstances, a regime full of abuse with or without pandemic. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in moments of challenge and controversy. Trustworthy words of MLK. I made them get to work, run them over, a community without voice. They need to be solved because leadership without work does not exist. Attention, Lorena Curiel Castellon. Miguel Núñez, it is not fair that rents are increasing as soon as one goes a day. Halixtra Bonita. To whom it may be concerned, in the county and state has been announced that a rent increase of up to 10% is okay and it should be processed. Yet the members of the city council consider they know better than these at county and state level. If that doesn't wake anybody up or attempts to raise eyebrows, nothing will. The city landlords and small business owners have spoken in every meeting, yet the city council process to do, sorry. If that doesn't wake anybody up or attempts to raise eyebrows, nothing will. The city landlords and small business owners have spoken in every meeting, yet the city council members process to do what it is in their benefit, not the city, not the poor tenant that will face a new owner because most average mom and pop owners will sell to big corporations if this rent control passes. Nobody wants Watts or Compton and soon Bell Gardens. Why destroy Bell Gardens? If anybody wants to live in a rent control area, please do plenty available houses in South LA, Compton, Watts. Go ahead, go there where it is affordable. In fact, many of Bell Gardens units are cheaper than Watts or Compton, but go ahead, destroy Bell Gardens. See you guys in 3 to 5 years when all the rent control people moves in and bad tenants can't be evicted, making the life of these good tenants unbearable. Very disappointed at these bad choices. If you guys care for tenants, help them pay for their rent instead of spending money on lavish events for one day. Pay their rents, make them Section 8. If they are low income, they will qualify. Spend on helping them pay their bills. Stop telling them rent control is good and tell them what happens when you don't pay rent and still get evicted. What happens when property sells, rents goes to market value. Destroy Bell Gardens. I'm out of luck with my investors. Rosie Juarez, please help us to lower the percentage of rent that does not raise the rent very high we cannot pay. Danny Serpas. Dear gentlemen of the City Council, first of all, thank you for your activism and service to our beloved Bell Gardens community. My name is Danny Sidbas. My family and I have been residents of the city of Bell Gardens for the past 20 years. Personally, I was a student and now my children and also my brother's children are students of Bell Gardens. Bell Gardens is like our hometown to us. If I had the opportunity to one day buy a house, I and my family would choose Bell Gardens. Unfortunately, the dream of buying a house for us has not been possible. More difficult today with high property costs and low salaries, it is for many of us an almost impossible dream. Our stay in this beloved community is being threatened with the cost of renting of our homes. Rent increases have greatly increased. My case, for example, is that the house where we have lived for the last 15 years was sold and the new owners, investors who do not reside in the community, increased the entry rent. The new owners wanted to continue increasing the rent, but thanks to the temporary rent increases control that we have this new owner, he could not continue increasing. Now this owner is in the process of selling. The case of my brother is another. My brother David Sidbas has had to put up with big rent increases in the last 4 years. A rent that started at $1,500 is now $2,500. We're all aware of the increase in the cost of things, but it is not fair that the property owners do not have a limit in the rent increases that they charge us. Without fair control, these owners, who in many cases do not reside, are not residents of our community, in many cases are not even investment groups, take advantage of our need for a place to live by drastically increasing rents. That is why the Bell Gardens community need you as leaders to represent us and support us in passing a fair permanent law to protect us. We consider that rent control is in an increase of 3% per year is fair and necessary. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time in listening to this long message. For your work reasons, it is possible to be present, but trusting that they help us with their service. Thank you on behalf of my family, Danny Cepas. Fernando Romero. Dear Mayor and City Council members, since 1998, the Pomona Economic Opportunity Center has worked to empower low-wage immigrant workers in Pomona across the Inland Empire. We provide an opportunity for day laborers, household workers, and other low-wage immigrant workers to find safe work at a fair wage, to organize and advocate for themselves in relation to policies that impact their lives, to obtain new traits and skills that improve their employability and quality of life, and to improve the overall conditions of their immigrant workers. Since 2013, we have been working with tenants in our community to fight housing injustices and secure policies that empower neighborhoods and protect against displacement. One of those policies we have been pursuing in our community is rent stabilization and just cause eviction protection. We stand in solidarity with the tenants of Bell Gardens in support of rent stabilization, and we encourage you to adopt a policy that sets a maximal annual adjustment of 50% of CPI with a maximum of 3% of the base rent, protects tenants from no-fault evictions, and is administered by a resource rent board with authority to enforce the provisions of the ordinance and to hold landlords accountable. It is also important that the ordinance provide for relocation assistance when evictions are justifiable. The single month's rent provision of AB 1482 is woefully inadequate to provide for moving costs. A new security deposit and the first and last month's rent that most housing providers require for move-in. In Pomona, our city is considering implementing a relocation policy of 2 months rent plus 1,000. Bell Gardens might consider something similar. We thank you for your consideration and our perspective on this issue. Sincerely, Fernando Romero. Laura Pineda. I've been living in Bell Gardens for the past 20 plus years. I've been in both places a landlord and a renter. I plead you to pass the rent control stop, helping investors making themselves rich with our hard-earned money. We voted for you guys to We voted for you guys. The least you guys can do is fight for your low-income citizens, especially now with inflation and really hard to pay an additional $300 to $400 where these houses are falling apart and they refuse to fix anything. We ask to live the decent place free from termites, asbestos, and other pests, but they only care about money. Guillermo Q. I'm here to plead you pass a rent control in our city. I ask you do your job with your citizens, the ones who voted for you, In today's economy with inflation, no family should go through the stress of paying a higher rent. This is worse. This is the worst a low income family. Oh my God. This is the worst a low income family like mine goes through, where I have to decide to either pay rent or buy groceries for my family. We need rent control and we need it now. Beverly Rabia. Hello, my name is Beverly Rabia, and I am urging the city council members to pass a rent ordinance with a ceiling of no more than 3%. I am currently paying $1,900 for 2-bedroom apartment, and every year my landlord has been increasing the rent by $120, a 6% increase. The apartment I live in has no parking, limited space, and no yard. I only receive money from SSI and CallWorks, and together it all goes to pay my rent. Everything goes to pay the rent. My husband sometimes does not have work, and I don't know what's going to happen, where we will go next year. They increase again by 120. I cannot apply to other apartments because they ask for too many questions about accounts and we do not make enough. I urge you to please listen to our concerns and pass an ordinance with no more than 3%. Roxana Canales. My name is Roxana Canales, and I ask the city council members to please vote to approve a rent control ordinance of no more than 3%. My rent has been increased by more than $125, which is more than 8%, and my rent was increased during the rent freeze. I have lived in this property for 27 years, and through all these years, they have increased me more than $1,000 to what I paid when I first moved. What I am paying is too much. It seems that the only lives and works to be, It seems that one only lives and works to be able to pay rent. The conditions of the apartments do not reflect everything that I raise. They raise my rent, but the owners don't fix anything. The bathroom, the paint, the lights, everything is in poor condition. These conditions have affected my health, and the other day I fell and hurt my knee because the sidewalk outside of it is all up. Please listen to our voices and spend no more than 3%. My name is Amalia Solorio. I have lived in the city of Bell Gardens for 23 years. I ask the city council to approve the recommendations of the Bell Gardens Neighborhood Union, which includes protections such as rent control for no more than 3% each year, just cause for evictions, and increased fines for landlords who harass and take retaliation against tenants. I support the 3% rent control because the landlord has raised our rent a lot, and he just raised us and says he doesn't care if they're frozen. He says that he has a lawsuit against the city of Bell Gardens and they don't do anything to him, and that he can upload whatever he wants. The ceiling is sagging. Monica Aguilar. Good evening, council members. My name is Monica Aguilar, and I am in support of the rent stabilization ordinance that limits rent increases to 1 per year and 50% CPI, with a ceiling of 3% along with strong eviction protections. There are various gaps in the current language drafted, and I would like to request important amendments be made. Currently, the language does not include protections for Section 8 tenants. Section 8 tenants are already a vulnerable population and must be included in the final version of the rent stabilization ordinance that is passed in Bell Gardens. In addition, the current language includes an expiration date for the RSO on January 1st, 2030. The inclusion of an expiration date should be omitted. City council members are able to vote and make changes to the RSO at any time, so an expiration date at this time is not essential. It is important to consider and make these changes to ensure that this ordinance is also reflective of the needs of every tenant. Thank you. Well, it looks like my comments were out of order. So I'll read Amalia Solorio's comment again so that it flows, if that's okay. Yes?
Sorry, Mayor, where did you want me to leave off? Do you want me to start from there?
No, I had been reading Amalia Solorio's comment, but it looks like it was divided, it's separated by a different comment, so now it's broken into two. I can read it again so that it flows and makes sense. Is that
Okay.
Okay. Let me just. My name is Amalia Solorio. I have lived in the city of Bell Gardens for 23 years. I asked the city council to approve the recommendations of the Bell Gardens Neighborhood Union, which includes protections for such as rent control of no more than 3% each year, just cause evictions, and increased fines for landlords who harass and take retaliation against tenants. I support the 3% rent control because the landlord has raised our rent a lot. And he just raised us and says he doesn't care if they're frozen. He says that he has a lawsuit against the city of Bell Gardens and they don't do anything to him and that he can upload whatever he wants. The ceiling is sagging, the kitchen is leaking, and I'm 23 years old and the same carpet, and he doesn't want to fix anything. But if he raised our rents this month and we already paid him the increase because he says pay or leave. Nicolás Hernandez. My name is Nicolás Hernandez. I am in favor of passing the 3% rent control because I am an elderly person and do not earn much. And I have acquaintances who are suffering exaggerated increases and the owners are not considerate. The apartments also have their own garbage, their own garage, and the owners use them to store their tools and they don't give them to the tenants. Anonymous. What the Union of Neighbors is doing seems very good to me. I always try to follow them in the meetings when I can, but sometimes it's very difficult because I work a lot. It seems very unfair to me that they raise their rent when the buildings are already paid off and sometimes they are in poor condition. It strikes me hard to believe who are renting how much they are raising their rent because in one way or another, the one who rents is harmed, so they can pay other expenses that are more of a priority, such as food, health, and school of the kids. It is in nobody's interest to raise the rent only for those who are already rich. Hopefully they pass the ordinance that there is rent control in no more than 3%. Anonymous. I am very angry because I just got $100 raise less than 6 months ago during the pandemic. I live alone. It is difficult for me to get my rent. There are many sacrifices that I have to make, and the one who rents me takes advantage because there are no protections for tenants now in BG. The person who rents me forbids me to bring visitors, although I rent a 2-bedroom unit and has threatened me that every time someone comes to visit me, he will charge me $100 fine. How is that going to be possible? It's hard for one because sometimes you don't know what the rights are, but I support passing the ordinance and not raising more than 3%. I have suffered to get the month of my rent. How is it going to be possible for them to raise me again? To raise me when they feel like it. My rent was raised when the freeze was in place. That is illegal, but who protects me? I'm alone and sometimes I don't even have the time to get my second job on time. How am I going to fight with my renter if I'm afraid they'll evict me? Anonymous. I support a rent control of no more than 3% a year. 5% or 8% is too high. That percentage is very worrying. Now we're living in moments where everything is very expensive. The price of food, of gasoline, the prices are only going up. We have to decide if we pay the rent or we eat well. They rented the garage to me and now the owner took it from me. I have to rent a storage room where I have to pay $500 more because they took away my garage. I have a room where all of the windows still has moisture that is not healthy for my family. The owner does not do enough to fix this problem. I am afraid that they will evict me since I keep demanding that they fix the humidity. Please take into account our testimonials and see our reality. 5% is too much. Thank you. Carlota Umansor. Every year it has increased us. This year $150 and before $140 every year. For me, it is impossible. I am a mother of a family. I pay for a 2-bedroom house and it is not enough for me. We want to look for another place further away. I have lived here since 2010 and my sister who supports me here and everything my husband earns goes home. We no longer have enough for food, for gas. For one who does not have a university degree, it becomes more difficult for us. The people who increase the rent are people who have no need. They don't know what it's like to live from paycheck to paycheck. Sometimes we have to sacrifice what the children need, some shoes, a backpack for them. We can no longer. I lost 4 family members in the pandemic. I can no longer afford some more expenses because I had to support my family with those expenses. How is it going to be that one has to choose between eating or paying rent? I'm looking for a night job because I can't afford a babysitter. We spent our savings on rent. Not even one can go out to avoid spending money. Imagine I can't even take my children to the market so they don't ask me to buy them. We have lived on nothing but rice, beans, and eggs. That's up to us to live, the people who live from check to check. If you don't pay for a rent, they run it where you live. I dream of buying a house, but with the pandemic, we could no longer make the down payment. We have cockroaches in the house and they haven't been fumigated, and my daughter has asthma, can no longer be in the house. The manager ignores us. They just want to collect the rent. The lady who rents us tells us that we have to deal with the cockroaches. Seferino Larios. I would like to add that our labor and building materials have gotten more expensive with inflation, and we will no longer be able to upkeep our units and do what is proper maintenance. This will result in a blighted community where no one will want to invest. Less investment means lower property values and lower property tax values. Lorena. Dear Bell Garden City Council, on behalf of a coalition of over 25 organizations in support of rent stabilization ordinance for Bell Gardens, please find our coalition letter and support attached below as our public comment. Can you read the following, please?
Yes, Mayor. Dear Bell Garden City Council members, since 2020, the Union de Vecinas de Bell Gardens, its collaboration with California Latinas for Reproductive Justice, has spoken to hundreds of Bell Gardens residents. Nearly 1,000 people who call Bell Gardens home have shared stories of how exorbitant rent increases have forced them to close between putting food on the table, paying for household necessities, assessing critical medications, purchasing school supplies for their children, saving for retirement, or keeping a roof over their heads. The racial and income-based health inequalities, retirements, or keeping a roof over their heads, the racial and income-based health inequalities Bell Gardens residents experience have only been further compounded by the devastating impacts of COVID-19. Bell Gardens has been considered one of the epic centers of the pandemic, with among the highest rates of infection and deaths in LA County. While rent stabilization was needed before the pandemic, the physical and economical turmoil that Bell Gardens residents are navigating as a result of the COVID-19 has increased the stakes and requires the Bell Gardens City Council to act. Of the 18 plus cities in California that have implemented a local rent stabilization ordinance, Bell Gardens has the lowest median income, around $42,000, coupled with the highest poverty rate of 28.3%. and the highest rate of renters at nearly 80%. As a result of the pandemic, many families in Bell Gardens have lost family members that were primarily financial contributors. A meaningful and common sense rent stabilization ordinance requires limiting annual rent increases to once per year and up to 50% CPI with a ceiling of 3%. According to a rent studies, a 5% annual rent increase in Los Angeles County would push 2,000 residents into homelessness in the state that has the highest rate of unsheltered people in the county. In Bell Gardens, this means that for many residents who grew up and have raised their families in Bell Gardens, they will be displaced from their communities. Our ability to take care of our families, our communities, and our health is tied to our ability to access safe, clean, affordable housing. Despite the current emergency 90-day rent freeze in Bell Gardens, residents have continued to report rent increases, evictions, displacement, harassment from their landlords, and poor health outcomes as a result. While a handful of corporate developers have expressed their disapproval in an attempt to make more profit for themselves during a difficult economic period, together we can make the future brighter for people who call Bell Gardens home. Passing a permanent Citalia Pantino. Hello, my name is Citalia Pantino. My grandparents have been living in Bell Gardens for over 20 years. They have worked hard to build a life in Bell Gardens. With the recent rent increase, it would make it difficult for them to continue living there. Not only my grandparents, but so many hardworking that give to the community. I would like to believe that those who give to make our community will continue to live without the worry of paying their rent. Marian Gama. Hello, I ask you to please stop raising our rent because if you don't, we won't be able to afford food with everything so expensive. You in office, but don't forget that you also need our vote. Marina Flores. My name is Marina Flores. I live on Perry Street Road. I do not agree with the high rent increases. The owners just raised the rent by 8%, but we have not paid anything because now they are frozen, but is very angry. Here where I live, there are 4 apartments and we all agree we want 3%. 8% is a lot and we are all low income. Sandra Benitez. My name is Sandra Benitez and I support rent control because the owners are raising rent extravagantly. They do not tempt their hearts to go too much. I just got a $250 a month. They are not respecting the freeze that the city carried out, so I support 3%. Thank you. Patricio Sosa. Hello, my name is Patricio Sosa, and I support an income controlled ordinance of no more than 3%. We want what is fair and help since we are low income. We also need what is a treatment as tenants and protection. Victor Manuel Moreno. My name is Victor. I live in the city of Bell Gardens on Quinn Street. I had my rent increased in December by about $117.60. It was increased of 8%. If Bell Gardens had a rent control of 3%, my increase would have been $42, a difference of $75 where I could pay for gas or air conditioning. Normally, there are increase his rent almost every year. The building is old, but the rent does not stop. I was fired from my job and it has been difficult to pay all of the expenses of the apartment. The conditions are not suitable either. They changed the front windows where the air entered and they put a completely closed window. It feels suffocating. There is no ventilation where we cook. It seems like it's drowning. The heat is unbearable. We are low income and we cannot have the air on all the time because of the expenses. They put in a new AC but left a loose hose and quite a bit of water goes into the roof of my kitchen and the roof fell flat on top of my family and visitors. If you want, I can send you pictures of the conditions of the kitchen when all of this happened. I support the union of neighbors and ask that the council take into account our expenses and pass a law of 3% maximum with rent increase. Bertha Gonzalez. Hello, my name is Bertha Gonzalez. I live on Purdy Street and I am 73 years old. I have lived in the Southeast Angeles for almost 50 years. I am in a wheelchair and I live alone. My daughter comes to help me, but the owners doesn't like this. She has tried to raise my rent by $300 by harassing because my daughter lives here with me, but that's not true. My rent is $1,100 and increased of $300 would be 27%. I only receive $800 from my retirement. How can I support myself with such a high expensive and rents? I want to move, but everything is expensive. I don't feel comfortable living here alongside the dream. I want to live in peace. There are so many ants. There are branches around and never hold it. The plumbing is very bad. I have flooded the house because of our poor conditions of this plumbing. The owners have threatened to call the police when my daughter visits when I'm not home to visit me again. I support the union neighbors with dreaming a 3% control of rent. Please pass strong protections. We are struggling to maintain a roof. Eunice Hernandez. Hello, my name is Eunice Hernandez. I have 34 years living in Bell Gardens. I live on Scott Street. I want to share a threat from the owner. She wants to evict us to put a double rent. Thanks to the Union of Neighbors and Lucia Veloz, I was able to defend myself and I did not evict or increase my rent. We all have rights and unfortunately there are many people who do not know it and others take advantage of our ignorance instead of honoring the law. I am 100% in support of the Union of Neighbors and beg that the city pass rent control laws of no more than 3%. May the council pass something fair to all. Vanessa Bautista from Senator Lina Gonzalez office. My name is Vanessa Bautista, field representative of the office of Senator Lina Gonzalez, who represents the 33rd District Senate District, which includes the city of Bell Gardens. I am writing to share State Senator Lina Gonzalez statement in support of a permanent rent stabilization ordinance for Bell Gardens with a ceiling of 3% and just cause eviction protection. While rent stabilization was needed before the pandemic, the physical and economical turmoil and that Bell Gardens residents are navigating as a result of COVID-19 have increased the stakes. It is now more than ever that we must protect our families and vulnerable population. Adopting these proposed ordinance will also enact complementary tenant protections policies that will strengthen the permanent rent stabilization and just cause eviction protection. Rent stabilization can mitigate corporate landlords' impact on both tenants and small landlords. Nevertheless, our families must be protected when they exercise their rights as residential tenants, and the unfair retaliation from a landlord must be eliminated. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you for your support. Sandra Salcedo. It is unnecessary action at this time. Rents are below average in this area. This will only affect landlords even more when taxes and insurance are and expenses at all times high. The only solution is to build more affordable housing, but doing this will drive out anybody willing to invest in the city. California already has a perfect balance for landlords and tenants that is unnecessary. That's all the written comments for this item. If there's no objection by the city council, I will close public participation. Now let's open up council member comments. Any comments from my colleagues?
I want to thank everyone that took the time not only to participate tonight during this hearing, but also to educate themselves on the housing issues, the housing crisis throughout our research, throughout our workshops. The rent control ad hoc committee that was put together here by the council, we really did our best to try to educate everyone, get the best input from the most reliable sources. We tried to have a balanced composition in our ad hoc. And in the last year, we've been able to reach this point where we now have a strong ordinance in place. And I feel like it has been worth it. And I feel like we continue to learn a lot from our residents themselves who call in and share their opinions, share their struggles. And I think from the get-go, it was very clear to the council that rent control ordinance was necessary. However, that's never been the issue, whether or not we need rent control. And this is just my opinion. I think that the challenge is really getting down to the details, and what the council has brought forward, or what staff has brought forward to the council, I feel is a great start. But I do feel that we need to, as always, make a decision And hopefully we can no longer leave our residents in the community in limbo. This is including the property owners and everyone involved in rentals in Bell Gardens. We don't want to have to extend a rent freeze anymore, but we also want to make sure that we make the right choice. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that participated. Thank you to the legal team that helped us. You know, our legal team here in the city of Bell Gardens and other external organizations that were directed to support us and assist us in this process. All the nonprofit organizations and the volunteers and the property owners that also share their concerns. We want to make sure that they also get to receive a fair rate of return, and that we keep them in mind in this conversation as we have done with the ad hoc. So I will go ahead and that's my comment for now. I want to, you know, let my colleagues speak too.
By me?
Yes.
It's finally here. Rent control, just cause evictions. After countless weeks, months, years even, the topic is finally on our hands here as a council. It's been a long night. I'm kind of lost at words. I had typed something up and I wanted to go ahead and share it. But you know, I think the community itself was really outspoken. I thank everyone who's been a part of this progress. You know, I want to acknowledge the warriors of this, the vecinas poderosas, I should add, who made this possible. The Union of Bell Gardens, the Tenants Union of Bell Gardens, California Latinas for Reproductive Justice, ECRs, Communities for Environmental Justice, everybody else who made this possible. I also want to acknowledge the ad hoc committee, particularly Councilmember Barcena and Councilmember Cortez. And finally, I would like to thank staff, city manager, Director Gus Romo, the legal team, and then LAFLA for presenting this to us today. I kind of want to just leave it at that. And eventually when we get to the motions, then if there's any going to be on the table, I'll be ready for that. But with that said, I'll conclude my statement.
All right. If there are no further council member comments, I will now officially close the public hearing at 10:45 p.m. May I have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a rent stabilization ordinance set at 50% CPI with the cap at 3% and adopt tenant eviction protections proposed by city staff.
I'll go ahead and second that.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor, Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pulido.
No. I would like to request a motion to table this item for the next meeting, considering that two of our colleagues are not present to participate.
I just have a question, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Are you willing to consider any other motions or a potential vote if motions are made?
I would really appreciate having the input of our colleagues.
So there's really no motion that you would consider due to the absence of our council. Is that correct?
No, I mean, do you have a counter motion?
Yeah, I mean, you know, part of being involved in the ad hoc and working so hard to get to this point has been that I learned to be flexible. So I want to make sure that I maintain that flexibility at this point. I mean, we worked so hard to get here, and there's so much at stake that I want to go ahead and make a different motion. If it's a percentage that maybe you don't feel comfortable with, I can go ahead and motion to do a 4% cap and maintain the rest of the of the ordinance as it was presented by council. So that will be 4% with a 50% CPI. So I'll go ahead and motion for that.
Go ahead and second for that.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Arsena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pulido,
No. Again, I asked to table this item for the next meeting.
I'd like to ask legal, would I be able to do another motion at this point before tabling the item? Yeah. Okay. And my next motion is to approve the ordinance with a 5% cap as it currently shows in the ordinance. However, with a 50% CPI. And that will be my last motion for today. If we don't have the votes, then I'm afraid that we need to continue this as the mayor has suggested. So I'll go ahead and make that motion.
I'll go ahead and second that.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, please conduct a roll call vote.
yes, Mayor. Councilmember Arsena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pulido.
No.
Motion has failed, so I think at this point we can move on to the next item, or if you want to make a different motion.
Okay. So at this
If-
point,
Mayor, if I may,
sure.
can I request this item be brought back for the August 22nd meeting? Seeing as there seems to be not many options on the table. We worked so hard, as Councilmember Barcena mentioned, and I feel that we should at least, yeah.
I want to ask for
I think we-
clarification. I believe that that was the mayor's intent.
Right, that was
Okay,
our
Okay,
request
just
for
do
the
that.
I
next
think that was
meeting.
just some misunderstanding. So I think we do want to bring this to the next council meeting as a consensus, and we can just give direction as the mayor had given. Okay,
Perfect. And we don't need to
thank you.
roll call, just table it for next meeting, right?
Would you still want to take a vote on that?
Okay. City Clerk?
Is there a second for that motion?
Right, I can go ahead and second it.
Okay, Councilmember Arsena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pulido.
Yes.
Thank you.
City Clerk, City Manager, will you please announce public hearing number 2?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Polito. This next item is a public hearing. It's a majority protest public hearing to receive written protest in opposition to the proposed residential solid waste rate increase, and to consider and approve a resolution adopting a residential solid waste rate increase. Just briefly before we go into the presentation, just as a reminder, the state passed Senate Bill 1383. The city is required to comply with that Senate bill, as well as our trash hauler. In this case, it's Athens for residential services. And the purpose of this rate increase is to actually comply with that Senate bill and to provide resources to comply in a meaningful way, thereby meeting the city's requirements and avoiding any fees or anything of that nature. So with that, I will actually, with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor. To open the public hearing.
At this time, I will open the majority protest public hearing.
And Grisel Chavez, our Director of Public Works, please, if you can give the presentation.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, we're holding this majority protest public hearing, receive written protest in opposition to the proposed residential solid waste rate increase and consider and approve a resolution adopting a residential solid waste rate increase by the conclusion of the public hearing. And to provide some background, the city has been contracting with Athens Services for residential solid waste collection services since 2008 through a franchise agreement. At the council meeting on June 13th of this year, City Council also approves a third amendment to that franchise agreement in order to update the agreement to comply with the requirements of Senate Bill SB 1383, which relate to the organic waste recycling. As the Senate bill basically established targets to meet a certain percentage of organic waste disposal, reducing certain levels by 2020, 2025, and also encouraging or requiring the edible food waste recovery and reducing ultimately disposal of food waste. Again, also by a 2025 target date. Specifically, SB 1383 has requirements for solid waste recycling and organic collection, processing, the transfer of waste and disposal requirements, monitoring of contamination, reporting requirements, public education, and also food recovery assistance. These are specific bullets that are listed here in front of you are the specific items that are included in the third amendment that was approved by City Council with Athens providing these services starting September 1st of this year. And these must be implemented by September 30th in order for the city to avoid penalties from CalRecycle. This was based on an extension basically offered or given to the city through a notice of intent to comply that had been presented to council earlier this year in February. So the additional activities as outlined here for the SB 1383 compliance essentially represent an increase to the monthly residential rate being charged. This is an increase of $3.72 based on costs provided by Athens Services for the specific activities. And you see in the cost breakdown in front of you, the $3.72 consists of increases spread across through waste stream analysis, which is conducting quarterly waste characterizations at their material recovery facility, outreach and education for 12 cents. These are all monthly increases, okay? Providing for the costs of providing a recycling coordinator and quarterly public information outreach, 39 cents for contamination monitoring, 33 cents for data management and reporting support, 58 cents for procurement support, such as for meeting targets and target volumes and numbers for compost and mulch, as well as RNG that is used by the trash hauler trucks, and disposal of organics for taking green waste mixed with food waste to the material recovery facility for $2.14. So this is the reason for the $3.72 a month increase. That would be effective September 1st if the rate increase moves forward this evening. So this essentially combined with the city's franchise fee would amount to a new monthly rate of $37.69. And as indicated in the report, prior to considering such a rate, the city must comply with the Proposition 218 process, as this fee is charged to property owners for all residential properties in the city through the LA County Assessor tax roll. So it's just showing you again the $37.69 monthly rate that would be effective September 1st. This translates to an annual amount of $452.28. And the Proposition 218 process, as council is familiar with, is established under the Right to Vote on Taxes Act under the Constitution. The city was required to mail a notice of public hearing from 45 days of today's scheduled public hearing, and the city complied by mailing that notice on June 23rd of this year to the 3,287 properties that currently receive or pay for service now for residential service. It was also published in the Bell Gardens Review on June 23rd as well. So record owners of the property who pay for this service must submit a written protest to the proposed rate change. and only one protest vote per property parcels would count. 50% plus one of protests received would create a majority protest, and under that situation, council could not approve the rate increase. And if council did not receive a majority protest during the scheduled public hearing, or less than 50% of the votes, and council could proceed to authorize a proposed rate increase. That again would be effective September 1st. So the public hearing is being held again to allow the city council to consider all the written materials and oral testimony or written testimony concerning the proposed residential solid waste rate increase. And the number 50%, the 50% number is 1,643 votes. So if we receive less than that, then the city could proceed with considering the rate increase. And if we received more than 1,643 protests, the city could not move forward with considering the rate increase essentially. So as of this evening, the city has received a total of 18 written protests against the proposed increase. And as stated earlier in the presentation, the third amendment with Athens outlines the activities that they're supposed to implement starting September 1st. And the increase of $3.72 that's being requested would be necessary to allow Athens to implement those mandated SB 1383 activities in order for the city to meet compliance with this bill. So that concludes my presentation, and along with the actions the mayor took this evening with opening the public hearing, City Council would continue receiving comments from any members of the public. They have the ability to still submit comments, but before the close of this public hearing through email. We will be taking a recess to allow any additional protests received to the established email account. And then following the hearing being closed and reconvening following the final updated count number, the city staff recommends that if the 50% majority has not been met, that the city council adopt the resolution of the city declaring the results of the proceedings. So I apologize. I don't know what happened.
Stop sharing.
Oh, no, I don't know what happened. Oh, stop share. So I need to start sharing again.
Yes, that's good. Do you want to share again?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm sorry, bear with me.
And then, no.
Okay. Okay, sorry, we're back. So I can't move the screen, but so we were at the close end of the presentation. I apologize again. So that concludes my report. And I forgot to mention earlier, we do have members from our city's SB 1383 consulting team, Debbie Morris with HF&H, and I believe it's Miss Abigail Sanchez with Athens are on the meeting in case council has any questions of them directly as well. And thank you for your time and attention.
Are there any questions from City Council? No questions. At this time, members of the public may comment. Are there anyone wishing to speak on this item?
Mayor, we do have one written comment that was submitted for this item. I'll go ahead and read that. The written comment was submitted from Mark Alamio. I am in opposition to the price increase from our trash haulers. Athens, along with the haulers in Southern California, have made a fortune with these long-term contracts given them by the city council members who have benefited from great generous campaign contributions from them. All of the backs of hardworking tax-paying residents. Again, I am in opposition to any price increase. And it looks like we don't have any speakers. That would conclude the public comments portion.
Are there any final closing questions to city staff? At this time, a final call of submission of written protest in opposition to the residential solid waste rate increase will be received. If there are no further protests, I will move to close the public comments protest portion of the proceedings. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second. I'll second that.
Norma, legal counsel, or city attorney. At this time, does there need to be a roll call vote after the second to close the public comment period?
Let's take a vote.
City clerk, if you could do roll call.
Yes, Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yes.
and Mayor Pulido.
Yes, sorry, I'm muted. We will now recess to allow for count of written protests.
I don't know if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear? Yeah.
I don't think we had.
It's 11:05, y'all. I don't know if y'all can see me, but I'll wait. Pretty tired. They muted me, y'all. We're on recess, my bad. and we back.
At this point, we would like to close the public hearing portion of the proceedings and are now ready. My apologies. The public hearing is now reconvened and the result will be announced by the city clerk.
Mayor, at this time, the minutes should reflect that the final number of written protests in opposition to the residential solid waste increase was 19 written protests.
At this point, we would like to close the public hearing portion of the proceedings and are now ready to move and entertain motions for this item. Is there a motion? I would like to motion to approve resolution number 2022-73. May I have a second?
I'll second that.
City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez,
Yeah.
Mayor Pulido.
Yes. We will now move to council member comments. Councilmember Barcena.
Again, I just want to thank everyone that's been involved in all the work that we've been putting forward for this rent control ordinance. Unfortunately, we weren't able to pass it, but we are going to continue at the next meeting. So let's keep the energy going. Let's keep the involvement going. I want to thank everyone that read the comments. I know the mayor even jumped in and took some of those submittals. So we're all working here together, trying to move the business of the city forward. And we really appreciate the involvement. I do have a question for the city manager. Are we going to be okay in regards to the rent freeze as we now adjust our timeline? Or do we need to have a discussion about extending that?
Councilmember Barson, our Community Development Director, Gus Romo, had brought that up to me a little bit earlier. Gus, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, Mike. We're looking at having this meeting again on August 22nd. So there's a first hearing, or I'm sorry, an introduction and first reading. That means we'll go to the September meeting for the second reading, which would put this 30-day effective date beyond the October 9th deadline. So I'd like to maybe ask our city attorney if it's the 30-day effective date that matters, or if it's the adoption date in September that would matter. So I'll pose that question to Norma.
And I think Councilmember Barson, just in lieu of putting the city attorney on the spot so they have a little more time to research it, if it looks like another hearing with a potential second would start crossing into the current urgency ordinance, we would bring that item back prior. So if it looks potentially like the urgency ordinance in place now would end prior to any potential rent stabilization ordinance coming back to council, we'll bring that to council either at the next meeting or the meeting after.
Thank you, Mike. City Manager, I think that will be sufficient for that. So again, thanks again for everything. And we will see you at the following council meeting. And thank you to staff. You guys have a good night.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
11:13 p.m. Been out here for over 5 hours, I believe, or 4 hours for sure. Been a long night. Usually I go through my schedule and what I've done since the last council meeting, but I realized that there was a council meeting that didn't happen. So my calendar list of things that I was involved was pretty extensive. I'm just going to share a couple of them. I attended the Neighborhood Youth Center Playground Design Day. For the folks that don't know, we got this grant through this organization called Kaboom. And essentially we're designing a playground in the Neighborhood Youth Center. So that's pretty exciting. The playground will be unveiled and open to the public, I believe next month, and it's pretty exciting. I remember that same week on July 21st, we had this big event happening at Veterans Park. We had Banda Imperio, and it was a hit. Our community loved it. Since I got there, I saw that there was never space in the dance floor to dance, which is just awesome. And it was great to see all of our community enjoying a great time. Fast forward to this last week, I had the pleasure of attending with city staff, along with Councilmember Barcena, to get a tour of the Salvation Army Bell Shelter. That was pretty important. It's one of the largest shelters in California for sure. So that's located in the city of Bell, and we got to see sort of some of the resources that are available for the homeless population within our communities. And then later that day, we also had National Night Out. So it was a great event. We got to see our police, we got to see the Fire Station 39 out there, and then also the rec department, which helped a lot of the setting up and taking down. Other than that, had the pleasure of attending Cal City's Los Angeles Division meeting in Diamond Bar. It was a bit of a drive, but got to go ahead and see and attend the new and meet with the new president, vice president, along with treasurer and secretary for our LA division. So that was interesting, making sure that they know that Bell Garden's in support of Cal Cities. And then finally, this last Saturday, we had a backpack giveaway here in our very own Veterans Park, hosted by Assemblywoman Cristina Garcia. So we gave about close to 500 backpacks, along with various rulers, pencils, markers, crayons, you name it, for those most vulnerable in our community. With that said, I'll go ahead and end my comments, but hope everyone had a great night. Let's continue pushing. We'll go at it again next meeting, and looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
No comments from me. If there's no objection by the city council, I will now adjourn the city council meeting at 11:16 p.m.